Good morning, everybody. Nice to see you here in Paris. Thanks for coming to our event on removing barriers to entrepreneurship by women. We think we can start the program. Maybe one or two people are held up, but we better start. And the first person to welcome us will be Lucia Cusmano.
Good morning. It's so nice to see, I think already Monday morning, the energy around the table. And we noted also online, we have already about 100 participants connected to this OECD-ICSB event on removing barriers to entrepreneurship by women. Allow me, therefore, to thank, first of all, ICSB, the partner for this event, but a long-standing partner of the OECD and its agenda on SMEs and entrepreneurship. So it's very much of a pleasure, Eamon and all the colleagues, Rico and Winslow, to organize these events jointly with ICSB. Women entrepreneurship, why did we pick up, in fact, this theme for opening what's going to be a very dense and rich week related with SMEs and entrepreneurship? Promoting gender equality is a strategic priority at the OECD. In 2023, the OECD released what is by now a working agenda, its strategy on gender equality. It sets out OECD actions across different policy areas to promote gender equality with 4 main pillars. And I think we are going to touch in different ways about these pillars over these 2 days of this conference. First pillar is data. We need more and better data when it comes to gender equality to understand the issues, the trends, the needs, to support evidence-based policies, effective policies. Mainstreaming. Gender equality is not just a matter related with one very specific narrow area of policy. So the effort of the OECD is to mainstream the issue all across its agenda and work, staying at the policy frontier, be where the most important matters are addressed, and outreach, ensuring that the agenda on gender equality is developed, is addressed by engaging with all the stakeholders that matter when it comes to the different aspects of improving gender equality. At the OECD, and in particular with the work of the Committee on SMEs and Entrepreneurship, we have been focusing in particular on questions related to entrepreneurship. This work includes reports that are well known or that I would encourage everybody to look at, in particularly a work that we've been conducting over several years with the European Commission that is called The Missing Entrepreneurs. And I think already from the way it has been titled, it tells about the missing opportunities that are there when all the groups are not given the same opportunities to access entrepreneurship. For example, this report shows, the latest report 2 years ago, it shows that there are about 34 million missing entrepreneurs across the OECD. This is the number of additional entrepreneurs that there would be if all social groups would have the same rate of entrepreneurship as adult men. And 73% of these missing entrepreneurs are women. That is to say, women is one of the social groups where there is a greater gap in terms of opportunities that are missed. with regard to, again, the benchmark of the adult men. But we cannot just look at the missing entrepreneurs. What we would like to discuss over these 2 days is the substantial contribution that women entrepreneurs are making to economies, to society, through innovation, through dynamism, through job creation, creativity. Latest surveys, for example, they show that nearly 4 in 10 women entrepreneurs report introducing new products, new services over the past few years. And we know that there are many programs, many policies across countries, regions to support women entrepreneurs. But despite this policy attention, important barriers persist. Some of these are structural barriers that we would like to discuss over these couple of days, negative perceptions about their potential to start and to grow a business, fewer opportunities to develop networks, to develop their leadership skills, and also a wide range of barriers to access the strategic resources that they need to start and grow a business, being it commercial networks, professional networks, and importantly, finance, which has been the focus of attention of the report that we will be pleased to launch today. For example, OECD work shows that women entrepreneurs are about 25% less likely than men entrepreneurs to access bank loans. And typically, when they do access credit in financial markets, they do receive a smaller share of what they ask for from commercial banks, from financial institutions. If we look into the equity sphere, venture capital, the gap is even more striking. Only 2% of European VC investments go to all female founding teams, 2%. And women who do acquire venture capital investment receive only about 70% of the funding amounts that on average goes to men-led enterprises. So when we look at the capital that can support more innovative startups and businesses and allow them to scale up, the gap is even more evident. In response, at the OECD, we have stepped up efforts in terms of identifying effective policies, but also in developing an agenda that may enable, as mentioned earlier, policymakers to take better decisions, but also to inform the broader range of stakeholders. So, for example, we have been stepping up efforts to collect gender disaggregated data when it comes to access to finance. We have entered over the last couple of years a partnership with the World Bank where we are contributing as world data aggregator for the Women Entrepreneurs Finance Code, where the data agenda collecting better gender disaggregated data is in fact a catalyst for action. It's not just data per se, but data evidence also is a way to aggregate all the stakeholders that matter to improve women access to finance. We have been working with OECD countries to support this agenda, but we can certainly do much more. And what we would like to get out of these 2 days together is your ideas, your experience, your evidence, your suggestion on where our agenda can be more effective, how can we address existing gaps, and how can we therefore help countries develop policies to overcome the obstacle that still exist for women entrepreneurs to seize the opportunities that exist. So I really look forward to a very rich exchange. thanking again ICSB for the partnership in this venture. And I wish you all a very rich discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucia, for this wonderful start for the session. And good morning, everybody. I'm here on a busy Monday morning, but a busy week as well. My name is Ayman Tarabishi. I am the President and CEO of the International Council for Small Business, or ICSB. And I am not going to discuss a lot about the issues because we have a full 2 days discussing all these issues. But I want to start for is just to mention that this year ICSB celebrates its 70th anniversary. So we've been in existence since 1955. And we're here in particular to celebrate what I say the most important 50% of any economic equation, women entrepreneurs. And we are here at the table with them. So it's a great honor and delight to recognize all of you here at the table to discuss this important topic, which is the missing 50% that we need to focus on. And in particular, I want to give special thanks to specific people that made this possible. So first, I want to thank my colleague, Lucia Cusmano, for hosting us here today and to helping us support and create this day. And also to my left, Jonathan Potter from the OECD that helped put this report together. And believe me, we started with this report in the United States a while back while we were planning to do this. We said, why don't we do it here in Paris? So this is a global connection here. And David from OECD as well, with all the Zooms and the meetings. And Angelina that came all the way, she's chairing the committee. She came here all the way in the UK for a full week of meetings, but she's here. So I'm delighted. Miriam, she's in the back on the side here working. So Miriam, thank you very much for all your support. Lamia is not here, but she might be joining us during the week. And of course, Heather is making sure that everything runs properly, and she's outside making sure everything runs properly here. These are the OECD partners that we've been with them now for over 15 years, working with them. So this is a long partnership. And OECD has a distinction of being the first international organization to support ICSB when we ask the United Nations to create a special day or a specific day in support of micro, small, medium enterprises. And when the United Nations asked us, well, who thinks this is a good idea? We said OECD. And then the UN said, oh, well, that seems like you're onto something here. I want to thank Rico Baldegger, my counterpart that hosted the SME Day in Geneva in 2024. And he's here. He helped coordinate a lot of the paper sessions here and the sessions here. So Rico, thank you very much. And immediate past chair, Dr. Winslow Sargent, 6th Chief Counsel for President Obama. So he's here as well, and he's an ICSB board member. And also our board members, Rita Grant, Norris, and other members, Alina. Christian from all the way from Berlin came as well here with his university to help us here. And from Washington, D.C., Yvette from the coalition that specifically works with minority-owned businesses in the district and entrepreneurship. And also Alina from Poland as well was here for us. So thanks, Alina. And of course, Sky in the back as well, coordinating everything and making sure. We have institutional partners or partners that are particularly helping drive this. I want to thank in particular the Women President Organization, Camille Burns, WPO. She's here. So thank you, Camille, for joining us here and bringing a delegation of amazing women entrepreneurs here, fast-growing women CEOs. And tomorrow we're going to be visiting Station F, the largest incubator in Europe for startups as well. So we're welcome to see most of you there. And also our local university support, HEC University. And then our longstanding partners from the United States, but also in Geneva, UNCTAD, that we have worked with well. So welcome to see you here, great. And also finally in CIMI, our strategic partners as well. They just had their event. So thank you very much, Giovanni. So I thanked a lot of people because the idea is you go up to them and say, he mentioned you. Why are you so special? Tell me what you do. So now you know why. So I leave it back now so we can start the full day. Thank you very much. This is a day where we're going to make some history here and make new friends and continue to raise the bar on women entrepreneurship. Jonathan, back to you.
Yeah, it's over to the chair of the Committee on SMEs and Entrepreneurship to say a word, Angelina.
First mistake of the day, forgot to press the button. Thank you. So good morning, everybody, and welcome on behalf of the OECD Committee on SMEs and Entrepreneurship, which I'll call CSME from this point. I'd like to thank ICSB as well and the OECD Secretariat for organising this event on a real priority issue for many countries around the table. So as we boost our work on women's entrepreneurship across the committee, right across our work streams and across our programme of work, because there's such a priority area, the CSME is really proud of its long history of work on women's entrepreneurship. This includes analytical work, such as the Missing Entrepreneurs Report series, which you're already hearing about, as well as policy discussions, such as the event we organised last year on women entrepreneurs and global supply chains that featured exchanges with women entrepreneurs, trade associations, and large multinationals. Through this work, the committee is making a significant impact on the ground. Countries have used our analysis and policy advice to shape their policies, including Germany, which used our work as an input for the development of the action plan, More Women Entrepreneurs for Our SMEs 2023. In addition, the work has underpinned a set of recent OECD Council recommendations that illustrate a shared objective across OECD countries to improve the conditions for women entrepreneurs. These include the OECD recommendation on gender equality in education, employment and entrepreneurship, the OECD recommendation on SME and entrepreneurship policy, and the OECD recommendation on SME financing. The event today is an important opportunity for us to look forward to the future. Our policy environments are changing rapidly. Budget pressures are enormous, and we face a multitude of challenges, including digitalisation, climate change, and unprecedented demographic shift, and an increase in political uncertainty. The UK recognises that women's economic empowerment is essential to inclusive economic growth and to working through the challenges just set out. The UK is committed to promoting women's equitable participation in domestic and global economies. So, for example, our objective for trade and gender equality is to break down barriers and create trading opportunities for women as business owners, entrepreneurs, workers and consumers. In the UK, women tend to be underrepresented amongst entrepreneurs and/or businesses which export. As well as our work on trade agreements and ideally embedding gender provisions within them, the UK continues to promote the role of trade in enabling women's economic empowerment and improving gender equality outcomes in multilateral fora like this one today, with the WTO, G7 and G20. Access to capital, as you've already heard, is also important. To support access to capital for women-led businesses, the UK, through the Department for Business and Trade, backs the industry-led Invest in Women Task Force, which has launched a funding pool of 580 million to be invested in women-led businesses. This is the largest fund of its kind and includes 100 million of investment from the British Business Bank. And you'll hear more about this and other things the UK is doing in this space later this morning. So CSME is grateful for the chance to exchange with researchers, women entrepreneurs and leaders, business networks and support organisations and policymakers on the future of women's entrepreneurship policy. It's important for us to hear firsthand about where the support systems for women entrepreneurs are working well, where they're not working so well, so that we can ensure that what we're doing can fully leverage the talents of women entrepreneurs. So I'm too really excited to learn from all the great minds in this room today. Thanks, John.
Okay, so welcome everybody. And now we're into the first session. And in the first session, we are going to be presenting a report that was launched today. So we've just released a book called Bridging the Finance Gap for Women Entrepreneurs. And you can find this by going to OECD publications and then typing in the title. It's a book that's been prepared by the OECD in collaboration with the Global Women's Entrepreneurship Policy Network, which is a network of academics working internationally. We're lucky enough to have Beldina and Tim from that group with us, and they'll talk to us in a minute about the content of the book. But I'd like to take us through. So, finance is one of the issues that's critical to improve, to release the untapped potential of women entrepreneurs. It's one of the areas. So we'll focus on that right now because of this book. And then we'll move into some other topics in the rest of the conference, in particular digitalization. So just to take you through what we've got, this is the book that you will find on the website. It's got two parts to it. Part one is examining current policy issues in short chapters. Each chapter outlines the issue and some evidence on the state of play. So we've got things like cultural attitudes, financial literacy, angel investment, startup funding, and so on. And then part two is 29 what we call policy insight notes, and they examine one of the selected issues in one country. There are OECD countries and there are non-OECD countries. We've heard from the other speakers about why we're doing this, and I guess that we all know why we're doing this, but it is a political priority, and that's true for the OECD, it's true for other organizations and for governments. We've heard that, so I'm not sure we need to say so much, but there is an important OECD Council recommendation called Gender Equality in Education, Employment and Entrepreneurship that came out in 2013. And we in the Secretariat monitor the extent to which the countries are implementing the commitments that they made in that recommendation. And it's nice to see that entrepreneurship is one of the 3 E's of that recommendation. We do it because if we can overcome these market failures and institutional failures, we can release innovation, growth, and jobs. So it's the second collaboration that OECD has done with the GWEP group. And the first book, if you'd like to dig that out, if you haven't already seen it, it's not so old. I think it was 2021. Was called Entrepreneurship Policy Through a Gender Lens. So that was another collaboration. And in that work that we did, we saw that finance was one of the top topics. So we thought we'd do a deep dive on finance. The aim is to, in the book, describe the policy issues of the different countries and draw on the evidence to provide some policy advice to governments. And these are the numbers, of course. This is to show that women are less likely to be entrepreneurs than men. And that, of course, is long established. And I think we know that, but we do want to see these figures. So it's the black diamond, which we're looking at, really. That's the state of play today. It's hanging around 3/4, the ratio of women to men. So that's what we mean by the missing entrepreneurs, that massive amount of people who might become entrepreneurs if these market failures, institutional failures are removed. And then, just to compare with the white is the old position. And the good thing is that there's progress. There is some progress between the period 2014 to 18 and 2019 to 23. So what we've done is we've pooled years to get a decent sample size and to get confidence intervals that are narrow. And all this comes from the Global Entrepreneurship Monitor data, if you are familiar with that. So there is progress. 25 out of 34 OECD countries saw the gap narrowing, but the gap is still there. And then we can look into the issue of finance. That's not to say that it's only finance that is the issue. And we've got the rest of the 2 days to cover other things, you know, attitudes, motivations, entrepreneurship skills, networks. It's all tied together, really, isn't it? I mean, that's going to affect the ability to access finance, as well as finance will affect the networks and the skills and so on. But on this graph, we can see that women face greater challenges than men to access finance for entrepreneurship. And this one comes from bank funding, the share of entrepreneurs who borrowed to start, operate, or expand a farm or business, who are adults, the women in the bar and the men on the diamond. So significant barriers. And we heard from Lucia as well that inequity is even a bigger problem than in loans. And of course, if you're not borrowing externally, the business is vulnerable. It's hard to grow. It's got problems with working capital, more likely to fail, basically. So the governments can do things. And we would like governments to use the tools that are at their disposal to address these barriers to finance. It's good to think about it on the supply side of the market and on the demand side of the market. And on the supply side, governments can develop targeted loan guarantee funds, encourage the emergence of new financial institutions, and so on. And on the demand side, the demand from the entrepreneur, it's about raising awareness of the different funding sources, how to get them, and creating networks. And maybe sitting in the middle is regulations for fintech. You know, that's an important area that's discussed in the book. So these are the tools that we would like governments to use. Governments can also put this all together in packages, like the German strategy we heard for women in SMEs, or the Canadian strategy, the women entrepreneurship strategy. Maybe we'll get to hear about that from Arlene. This is just to show you what we've got in terms of country coverage. Because we showed you that we cover these issues: culture, literacy, startup funding, angels, growth, startups, fintech, and improving program design and accessibility to women of programs in their selection criteria, the sectors they support, and so on, the programs. So we've got, you know, China, Czech Republic, Iran, Malaysia, Canada under financial literacy, Poland under angel investors, you know, France under financing the growth-oriented startups. So you can sort of read the issue in part 1 of the book, and then you can go and look for some examples of the issue and how it plays out in part 2 of the book. And then these are what we pull out of the book as the main policy recommendations, what we would advise governments to do from all this work. So the first is to consider having a range of financing instruments for women. Now that's to recognize that not all women have the same motivations and ambitions. They don't necessarily need the same type or amount of finance. So financing is a very sort of segmented and complex area, actually. There's lots of different packets of support. So number one, it's not just a homogenous set of women, and it's not just loan. So the second would be to monitor finance and barriers. And we're pleased, in fact, that the OECD and Miriam's team is supporting that effort on monitoring. We engage in the Women Entrepreneurs Finance Code, the WEFI code. So some of you will know it. It's a global stakeholder effort launched in 2023 that aims to collect gender disaggregated data at the national level through public national authorities and through private financial institutions. And that is telling us how it's changing the access to finance, the amount of finance being accessed by women and men. This is quite an effort to get the finance data split by sex. Then we've got better target the financial support. That's, again, it's about having different kinds of project that needs to be supported. So we're ranging from microfinance to venture capital, and to target the support to the right people and to link it. We know that policy measures are more effective if they're supported by mentorship and advice and training, by an offer of those things. So that's what that one's about. And then the structural issues. There are these structural issues in society. The gender imbalance in unpaid work, unequal access to property ownership rights in some countries, differences in level of entrepreneurship education and entrepreneurship networks, unconscious gender bias in finance suppliers. These are structural issues that need to be addressed. So it's hard to do things about that, but awareness campaigns, education campaigns, leveraging community leaders, role models from financial actors who are taking this opportunity. And lastly, to involve the private sector. So for governments, it's about leveraging private capital, co-investment models, contribute to venture capital funds or venture or angel networks, and to have more women in the private sector, venture capital organizations who are selecting projects and deciding how the organization operates. So that's about it. I mean, today, if we're going to talk about some of these things, how would we better align the finance measures with the needs of women? How can we improve support measures and schemes? How do we boost women's representation on the supply side? And how do we work more effectively with the private sector? So thanks from me, David Halabisky, Helen Larek as well, and all the team. Where do we go now? Over to Baldina Owala from the Global Women Entrepreneurship Policy Network.
So morning, everyone. Thanks, John. Sorry. Okay. I hope you, okay, I'm audible. So morning, everyone. Baldina Owala. I'm one of the co-chairs of the Global Women's Entrepreneurship Network, and I'm here with the Professor Tim Worley, who's the other co-chair. And it's a pleasure to be here this morning. Okay. As has been mentioned, the Global Web Network comprises a group of international scholars. We currently cover around 41 countries. Our main purpose is to enhance women's economic empowerment by informing the development of more inclusive entrepreneurship policies. So it's really a pleasure for us to see the report that has been a collaboration with the OECD team, because it's a good example of how we bridge academia, policy, and practice to inform policies and have evidence-based policies. And so the 29 country notes that form part of the report was the work of around 60 international scholars working together on the different countries. And I will just highlight some of the key themes that were identified in the different countries, and that some of them have been mentioned, but I'll focus on the key issues and try and see what possible solutions that the different scholars came up with when they were looking at the different countries. So the first theme was around financial literacy. And here the main points that came out was that in order to achieve financial inclusion, there's a need to address both the individual capacity as well as the structural barriers that exist. So this could include mainstreaming financial literacy into entrepreneurship and education programs, linking training initiatives so that they can provide access routes for government loans and grants. There's also the need to evaluate the training initiatives and interventions that exist to ensure that they are accessible to all groups, that they are effective, and that no unintended biases are are occurring right within the initiatives. And then lastly, there's also the need to foster greater community and multi-stakeholder collaborations to be able to expand the reach to underserved communities. Then the next key theme was around promoting more conducive ecosystems. And here we highlight the need to address the social, cultural, and structural factors that shape a lot of women's entrepreneurial activities. And this involves having long-term campaigns and community engagement as a way of promoting societal change. There's also, in some contexts, the need to have reforms. So that will be legal reforms as well as reforming the financial structures to be able to promote greater equity. And then also the need to invest in more inclusive networks where we're bridging the women-focused networks with mainstream networks so that they can have activities across mainstream programs that are also geared towards women entrepreneurs. And then lastly, the need to design more context-sensitive and targeted interventions that are looking at underserved communities, for example, women in rural areas, or those in disadvantaged backgrounds. Okay. Then the other theme that came out from the country notes was around microcredit. And here we're looking at the effectiveness of microfinance institutions. And these are often limited by structural challenges as well as gender-blind practices. And so in addition to promoting the financial literacy and awareness for women entrepreneurs, there's also a need to strengthen the oversight and institutional capacity of microfinance institutions in order to ensure financial sustainability, but also prevent any possible harm to the women entrepreneurs who are using these institutions. And then there's also the need to introduce gender-specific financial incentives, such as subsidies and guarantees by governments to be able to strengthen these institutions and enable them to expand their access to the underserved communities. And then lastly, again, the need to monitor and evaluate the gendered impacts and reach of such institutions. And then we looked at also supporting the high growth enterprises. And here again, we find that there are persistent gender gaps that limits women's entrepreneurship potential in terms of both economic innovation and job creation. And so there's a need for more holistic support where we're combining the finding with capacity building. So offering leadership development, mentoring, and networking. And then also addressing any information asymmetries that might exist within the market. There's a need to address both the supply side, but also demand side. So apart from building a pipeline of women entrepreneurs, there's a need also to reform investor practices to make sure that they are gender sensitive. And then the public sector also needs to take leadership where we're using the public funds strategically to address any market gaps that exist. And then lastly, as has been mentioned, the need for improved gender disaggregated data and analysis, which would then enable more data-driven policy making in this section. And then when we looked at the fintech landscape, here we see that there's a need to adopt a more proactive, inclusive, and collaborative policy approach in order to harness the potential of fintech for women entrepreneurs. And that would involve, for example, embedding fintech literacy within entrepreneurship programs, fostering greater gender inclusive fintech development in partnership with the private sector, and also ensuring that women entrepreneurs are not only beneficiaries of such innovations, but are also taking a leadership role where they're part of the decision makers in the whole process. And then also promoting innovative funding mechanisms such as crowdfunding in order to expand access for women entrepreneurs. And then lastly, to create a balanced regulatory framework and to monitor the fintech impact so that we ensure that we're balancing the innovation and market integrity while also mitigating any possible financial exclusions that might be occurring within this landscape. And then the sixth theme, that we looked at was around angel investors and how this group can be leveraged in order to foster greater equity investment. This would include strengthening the existing networks of angel investors by providing financial and logistical support in order to scale their impact. Expanding the supply side, so growing the pool of women investors through providing greater visibility for those who are already acting in that space, providing training and mentorship for potential women investors as well. And then having greater public-private partnerships that would enable de-risking of investors and therefore leveraging co-investment. And then the seventh theme that we looked at was around policy interventions. And in order to have more effective interventions, there's a need to adopt a targeted, inclusive, and evidence-based approach. So taking a holistic view of the ecosystems and ensuring that these interventions are tailored to the diverse sectors and business types that women entrepreneurs are involved in. Designing dedicated finance policies that reflect the actual lived experience of women entrepreneurs. There's a need to simplify some of the regulatory frameworks to accommodate micro enterprises that will find a large proportion of women entrepreneurs are involved in smaller businesses. Fostering, again, the collaboration amongst the different stakeholders through different platforms and networks. And lastly, building a robust evidence base to inform and refine such interventions. So in conclusion, we sort of identified 3 key areas that are necessary if we are to empower women entrepreneurs and to drive inclusive growth. So the first will be the needs for a multidimensional approach that goes beyond just the economic incentives to address the social and cultural and structural barriers, such as biases, the lack of representation, and systemic exclusion that is occurring. And this could include the policy reforms, awareness campaigns, as well as cultural change activities alongside then the financial measures. The second is the need for a holistic and ecosystem-based approach where the financial support is integrated with capacity building, mentoring, leadership development, as well as investor reform and the development of more inclusive networks. And then lastly, there is a need to ensure that such activities are sustained. So a sustained commitment across the different stakeholders, having greater cross-sector collaboration that will be between the government, private sector, academia, to also ensure that there's continuous evaluation. And all these will be able to then create a more equitable and supportive financial landscape. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks. So great news that this book is out and a resource for us to use. Panel now moderated by David.
Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to see all of you. So some last minute instructions for the panelists before we get into our discussion. Please stay where you're seated. You make your intervention. We'll have a nice conversation across the table. There's a microphone in front of you, so please push the button when you're about to intervene so that everybody can hear you, notably those joining online. So what we're trying to do is extend the discussion to hear further insights and examples from your experiences in your countries. And so we're going to have a few questions to each of you. I'll invite you to please make an intervention of about 3 or 4 minutes off the top, and then we'll get into some quicker questions in the latter part of our time today. So brief introductions of our panelists in order of the country where they're from. So we'll start with Canada. Aline Dimitri is the Director General for the Small Business Branch at Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada, and also the delegate to the CSME committee. And second, we have Elizabeth Moreno online. So we'll see her on the screen momentarily. She's the chairwoman of the board of Ring Capital and Ring Africa, president of Leaders Engagés and Femmes en Numérique Fondation et la Puissance du Lien. She's also the former minister delegate for Gender Equality, Diversity and Equal Opportunities 2020 to 22. She's from France. Also from France, we have Virginie Dantard, head of networks and animation and partnerships at BPI France. And over on my left, we have Lizzie Duncan, Assistant Director, Women's Entrepreneurship at the Department for Business and Trade in the UK. In the corner, we have Camille Burns. She's the CEO of Women Presidents Organizations from the United States. We have Rita Grant right in front of me. She's ICSB board member from the United States as well. And finally, on the left, Felicia Siegrist, the WeFi Senior Knowledge Officer from the WeBank. So now we know everybody. Let's get into the questions. So Elizabeth, are you online? Can you hear us? Okay, we'll come back to Elizabeth. We'll start with Virginie. Virginie, we heard in the presentations about a range of different financial instruments. We had the slide with, what can call it a menu for governments. Why don't you tell us a little bit about your work at BPI France, and maybe you could speak to some of these different possibilities that governments have.
Thank you very much, and good morning to everybody. In France, we offer a wide range of financial instruments, from microcredit to venture capital. And these tools are open to everyone, but we pay special attention to making them accessible to women. One of the solutions we particularly promote is the honor loan. It's a zero interest loan granted to individuals, and it's always paired with a bank loan. We think it's important because it acts as a lever. It helps women gain access to bank credit by strengthening their financial base. It's not just about initial support, it's about unlocking further financing. The French government also developed a dedicated bank guarantee for women. This guarantee is especially designed for women in vulnerable situations, whether they're facing economic hardship or they are far from the job market. This guarantee covers up to 80% of the loan amount, making bank credit much more accessible. And because we think access to finance can truly change the trajectory of the business, we work hand in hand with the entire entrepreneurial ecosystem, public authorities, associations, banks, to ensure women receive the right information and support from the very start of their entrepreneurial journey. And this is why BPI France and the public authorities also funds support programs, including some specifically designed for women. The goal is to make sure that those who want to start a business have all the keys in hand from the very beginning, because our real challenge is making sure women know the tools and use them. Our goal is simply to help them build businesses that match their ambitions. And we believe that access to finance is not just a resource, it's a key to empowerment.
Thank you very much on point. And so we heard about different examples of some of these levers that governments have. And I want to turn to Aline right now, because Canada has similar offerings, of course, but I want to hear about the whole system, because of course, these offerings are within a greater system. So can you tell us is approaching that? Thanks.
Thank you, and I'm sorry for cutting you off there. So first of all, thank you for having Canada on the panel. I think this is a very important topic, and in Canada, we've spent in the last several years a lot of time on this question. And so when we look at the access to financing for women entrepreneurship in Canada, we see that it mirrors generally the global trends. While we've made progress, women still face many challenges in accessing the funding that they need to start and scale their business. So interestingly, in Canada, just to give you a sense, while Canadian women-owned SMEs request smaller loans, they actually have a higher rate of those loans, which is very interesting compared to men. However, fewer of these women will actually seek external loans or financing in general. And so very often when we try to understand why, we have come to realize that it's because they assume that they will not receive those loans. So they actually preemptively prevent themselves from taking part in the system. And when they do get the funds, they get them at higher rates. So the challenges that, that we're highlighting here brought us to seriously think in Canada about how we can approach supporting women. And we realized that it's not just about financial issues, it's also about socioeconomic. And so there's a lot of initiatives that we have in Canada that are there to actually support women socioeconomically, whether it's gender-based violence strategies, etc., because these are almost prerequisites to being able to enable women to enter the entrepreneurship world. But from my point of view, as the DG of small business, the focus has been really on entrepreneurship through our women entrepreneurship strategy. So we have this beautiful strategy that has been around since 2018 that includes a whole of government approach with over 20 departments and crown corporations that are here to help increase women-owned businesses, access financing, networks, and expertise so that they can start up and scale the businesses, and in addition, be able to export into new market. The strategy now nearly represents 7 billion in investments that have been committed. And what we have seen is that there's been an increase in women entrepreneurs since 2018, but we still only represent 17.8% of small and medium-sized enterprises being majority owned by women in Canada. The report suggests that barriers causing reduced access to financing for women entrepreneurs are affecting our country's ability to reach their full economic potential. And data is very important in being able to identify these gaps in financial markets. And we've clearly heard that. So part of our women entrepreneurship strategy, which we lovingly call WES, actually has built an entire arm of what we have called the Women Entrepreneurship Knowledge Hub, where we actually try to gather the most data possible, where we can then build the evidence base for us to have the right policies and programs put in place. The Women Entrepreneurship Knowledge Hub has provided us over the last several years a significant amount of information. It is a one-stop source of information and data, and also best practices. But in addition to that, it brings together many women entrepreneurs to dialogue and exchange. This knowledge hub is actually housed in Toronto Metropolitan University. It is connected to numerous regional hubs from coast to coast to coast, providing insight on the regional specific barriers. Because Canada is a very, very big country, and it is extremely diverse. And what works in the urban space really does not work in our rural space, and even more so in some of our northern areas that actually have very little connectivity, for instance. So we continue to tap into all this information in order for us to inform our work, to improve access by women entrepreneurs to financing, but also to make sure that they have the right supports that wrap around in order to prepare them for financing, but also to help them use the financing. And I'm happy to speak to that maybe a little bit later. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aline. You underline a number of good points that we'll pick up in the conversation, notably around data and building this knowledge so that we can have evidence to design effective policy. But I want to turn back to Elizabeth. I see that she's now online. Now, Elizabeth, a very strong role, you know, as a leader in the public service while you were the minister, and you're, of course, very active outside of government now. I want to see if there's anything that you've heard today already through the presentations or discussions that really resonate with you. The one priority that you would maybe pick up on and expand and tie into what you're doing to try to take forward. Over to you, Elizabeth.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you.
Wonderful. I'm so sorry for not being able to join you for this meeting, physically at least. And if you allow me, I would like to share a few words shaped by my 25 years in SMEs and global corporation, and by my years as minister in charge of gender equality, diversity, and equal opportunities in France. And I'm going to respond, obviously, to your question, but I really want to use the experience I have had, because when we talk about women and entrepreneurship, we need to understand that we are not just speaking about economics. Most of the time, and we know we are at OECD, most of the time when we speak about women, we link it directly to the economics. But I want everyone to have in mind that the fact that we speak about women and finance is because we speak about the power of decision, we speak about the power to own, and we speak about the power to shape our own future. We are all seeing what's happening around the world today. And if I can tell you this very humbly, if I wouldn't have had the chance to be an entrepreneur at the age of 20 and to work on SMEs, to work on large corporations, I would certainly not be with you today, having this discussion, and I wouldn't have been a minister neither. And I used all the experience I had at that time to do for women what I wish people had done for me when I was a young entrepreneur. Because we have to recognize that money is absolutely not something neutral. Women are, I think, 60% of the world population, poorest world population, is made by women, just because money is not neutral. And it really reflects who we are, what we value in our society. And to me, that's one of the reasons why women are excluded from all the decision spaces across the world. We all know that women do not lack ability, we do not lack competence, we do not lack ambition. We lack systems that recognize these capabilities and allow us to become who we are capable of being. And I just want you to imagine if we had not to spend so much energy overcoming these invisible barriers that prevent us from innovating and leading. Imagine what we could do, what 50% of the human population could do if all these systemic barriers that were mentioned at the beginning of this meeting, if they were removed. Today, only 2% of global ventures capital goes to women-led businesses. 2%. I'm not talking about Africa or underdeveloped countries. I'm talking about developed countries. In France, only 2% of global venture capital goes to women-led businesses. And when we do that, we're not just underfunding women. We are underfunding half of the world's potential for innovation, resilience, and shared prosperity. And that's the reason why I decided to join Ring Capital, and now through Ring Africa, because let me remind you that Africa has the highest rate of women entrepreneurs, but even there, they do not find the financial means to support their activities. And today, with Ring Capital across Africa, we meet extraordinary women. They are creative, they are disciplined, they are visionary. They want to build solutions in energy, healthcare, climate, education, but very often they remain totally excluded from the traditional finance. So we have decided to create the conditions to trust for them and for their visibility, to prove that inclusion and profitability are not opposite. They are two sides of the future we want to build. And this is also the reason why I have founded ADWIN, African Descendant Women Impact Network. This network gives women access to capital. They know where to find this capital. They know how to build their confidence and trust. They know how to have access to knowledge and competencies. They know how to use technologies that can empower them in their businesses. And when you support women, when you strengthen their skills, their leadership, and their well-being, they know how to succeed. They don't need anything else. So I'm going to finish with this. We don't need more laws. We don't need more regulations. We need to build ecosystems that allow women to work without feeling guilty, to take care of their families, and to contribute to the world we want to create. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I really like a couple of the points that you made. I liked how you started to remind us that although we're talking about entrepreneurship and business creation, it's actually about empowerment so that women can lead the lives that they choose. And if they want to have a business, then that's one way in which they can do that. And then the second point is what you ended with. You know, we have to remember that it's the system. We're trying to fix the system and remove the barriers in the system. And I think that's important to underline, because women, of course, have great potential and they are making huge impacts. And this could be even greater if we remove some of these barriers. So I want to shift now and pick up a point with Lizzie that was raised by Aline, and that's around data. And so that's one of the challenges that we have as we're designing policies and programs. How do we know what to do and what will be effective and will not be effective. There's data gaps. And so Lizzie, how can we address some of these gaps? Maybe you can tell us a bit about the work that you're doing in the UK.
Great, thank you. Good morning, everyone. So I'm going to talk to you a bit about the Investing Women Code that we have in the UK, and it's inspired the We Finance Code, which I know Felicia will pick up later. So in 2019, we launched something called the Rose Review, and it was a report that had a number of recommendations. And as a part of that report, it noted that 250 billion could be added to the UK economy if women were given the same opportunity to start and scale their businesses as men. As a part of that report, there was a recommendation to start something called the Investing Women Code that was launched in 2019 with 12 founding signatories. It now has 300. And that includes most major UK retail banks in the UK. So the Investing Women Code, which my department leads with Angie, we're very proud of it. It's now had 5 reports noting data from finance providers in the UK, and they report to us on who they're lending to. It includes lenders, it includes finance providers from the equity. We've got angel signatories, so that's 300 finance providers in the UK. And what it tells us is a number of things. One, that we know that diverse investment committees make better outcomes for all entrepreneurs. So more investments go to women when there's a diverse group at the top. We also know that signatories to the code create better, are better supporters of women-led businesses. So our data shows that if you are a signatory, the amount of investment goes up. So we want more and more people in the UK to be signatories to the code. But what we can also see is that the data year on year doesn't just change through data reporting. So we have other initiatives as well that have to work in unison, which is why Angie mentioned the Investment Women Task Force that we launched in 2023. Now, the main mission of the task force was to increase investment into women-led businesses, which is why we launched the Investment Women Task Force Fund, which was supposed to be around 250 million. We've managed to secure 580 million, which is very exciting. We're going to have our first report on that in November, and hopefully we'll have the first close for our fund of funds as well. So that's a number of initiatives that we have in the UK. And the Investing Women Code inspired the We Finance Code, which I won't talk anymore to, but it's one of those things that we're very proud of and we're leading in the UK.
Great, thanks. Well, it's an easy transition to move on to the other code at the World Bank. So I'll pass it directly to Felicia, who can tell us more about that.
Thank you and good morning, everyone. First of all, congratulations on the new report. I would like to briefly reflect on a few elements that have already been mentioned by previous speakers, including the importance of sex-segregated data, leadership and collective action to promote systems change in the financial sector. WeFi is a multilateral fund housed in the World Bank, but we really work across all multilateral development banks to support women entrepreneurs in over 80 countries with access to financing, skills, markets, and policy improvements. So we follow a real ecosystem approach. And through our work, we realized that one of the biggest barriers to increase financing for women entrepreneurs is the lack of sex-segregated data from financial institutions, and it has been mentioned several times already. So to address this problem, we launched the WeFi flagship initiative, the We Finance Code, 2 years ago. And it already has been mentioned several times this morning. OECD is part of the We Finance Code, as well as global data aggregator and many other stakeholders in this room. And it draws inspiration from the UK Investing in Women Code and brings it to a global level with a focus on emerging markets. And the code is a multi-stakeholder initiative that mobilizes financial institutions, policymakers, and regulators to collect and use sex-segregated data to improve women's access to financing. And the code is designed to promote systems change through 3 core pillars: leadership, data, and actions. So every institution that signs onto the code, and it's mostly banks, fintechs, funds, or MFIs, commits to 3 things. First, to name an institutional leader as gender champion. Second, to collect and report sex-segregated data. And 3, to other actions that support women-led businesses. And we initially planned to pilot the code in 10 countries, but it has now been launched in over 30 countries with over 430 financial institutions and 10 global partners. So we were really surprised by the rapid uptake of the code. And now after the 2-year pilot, it's really time to move into actions to make sure that data actually is translated into actions and concrete products and policies that benefit women entrepreneurs. And we've already seen some inspiring actions from our community. For example, EcoBank Côte d'Ivoire launched their first gender bond, or Standard Chartered Bank, one of our global signatories, not only developed an AI model to help other banks identify women-led businesses in their portfolio, but also launched a social bond. So these initial success stories and the rapid growth of the code really shows the strength of the model and the strong demand for such initiatives. And in the coming years, we are looking to scale up the implementation of the code, potentially covering over 90 countries and more than 2,500 financial institutions. So to support this, we invite partners from across the ecosystem to join this effort and help achieve our shared goal of increasing financing for women-led SMEs.
Thank you very much. It's great to hear about the success of that, of course, building on the work in the UK as well. And at the OECD, we are, of course, very happy to be a part of that action. And it would be absolutely amazing if we could get up to 90 countries. Now, you ended talking about partnerships. And of course, in the case that you were talking about, we're working with financial institutions so that they can provide data. And that's one example. And so I want to pick up on this with Camille, the issue of partnerships. Could you tell us about why this is so important and how we can leverage these partnerships to go forward, to strengthen the policies and initiatives for women entrepreneurs?
Thank you so much, David. I'm Camille Burns, and I'm with the Women Presidents Organization, and we're a global network of women running multi-million-dollar businesses. So I think from my perspective, there's a number of things that have been touched on. Government intervention is extremely important, but governments are not going to be able to address these issues alone, right? So partnering with other private sector entities, and one area that I do think is important to mention that we haven't really talked about this morning is tapping into successful women entrepreneurs. There's an ecosystem of women that are running large companies who've had large exits, who have access to capital that I don't think we're tapping into in the way that could be extremely effective. Women entrepreneurs who've been successful know how to help other women grow and scale their companies. When we look at growth, I want to make sure also that we're not just focused on the micro and the small businesses. It's women who have companies that are capable of scaling and growing, have as many barriers in knowledge, expertise, experience. Also, we've talked a little bit this morning about networks. Women lack networks. And this is, there's a study that LinkedIn did looking at the global community, and women's networks are significantly smaller than men's networks. And so we need to build an ecosystem and to expand networks so women have access to those resources. In the United States, women own nearly 40% of the businesses, about 39% of companies in the US, but only 1.8% of those generate over $1 million in annual revenue. So while we need the interventions to help women that are starting companies and that have small enterprises, we also need the interventions to help women scale and grow their companies. And it's not just finance. Finance is extremely important, and I realize that is a lot of the conversation today. And we've heard a lot about the data and the lack of finance opportunities for women business owners. But there's so much more than that. We're looking at the smaller networks. We talked a little about the perceptions of women business owners. There's also something I see a lot with women entrepreneurs, which is our own perceptions of ourselves, right? There's imposter syndrome. There's lack of role models, of women running large, fast growth companies. So women don't always even see that as an opportunity for themselves, right? So sometimes when women are looking to access financing, they're not even going after enough money, because that's not something that is necessarily in their mindset that they're going to be able to grow a $100 million company or something like that. So I think we need to tap into these networks. We need the private sector to work in conjunction with the government sector, not only to help women access financing, but to help them along their entrepreneurial journey and support them in other areas outside of just access to capital. So the one other thing I did want to mention too, we talked a little bit about, is getting more women investors involved. I know a lot of women who've had these successful exits. They've made a lot of money. They want to invest in other women and they don't even know how to go about that. So making sure that we are training women to become investors as well and helping them support other women entrepreneurs because they want to be able to help women grow and scale their companies. So I think making sure we have women on both sides of the table, and that training doesn't just go for the financial literacy aspects and helping women grow and scale their companies, but that we're also making sure that we're helping women understand when they do have the capital and want to invest in other women, where to go and how to do that in appropriate and effective ways.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. A number of excellent points highlighting issues that we haven't necessarily touched on directly, networks, self-perceptions, which connects back with what Aline was speaking about at the outset of our conversation. And of course, somehow finding a way to link back so that successful women can reinvest back into other women, which helps build up the whole system. And then you can have a snowball effect going forward. Why don't we continue on with this issue of partnerships? And I will turn to Rita now. Rita, I know that this resonates with you as well, and that you're also working in this. So why don't you tell us about your work, about partnerships and how we can leverage them to go forward?
Thank you, David. Good morning. My university is located in the western part of Michigan in the United States, and we have a Center for Entrepreneurship that is an outreach for the community, as well as doing some education for our students. And we also house at the university the Small Business Development Corporation office, which is a joint venture with the state of Michigan and the federal government, helps small businesses with all sorts of consulting, financing, building business plans, et cetera, et cetera. The other interesting aspect about West Michigan is we are dominated by family-owned businesses. And I've been there a long time, as my gray hair will indicate. One of the nice things I think that's happened is with family businesses, women have had more opportunities because a father knows his daughter very well. And if she shows capability, she'll get the chance in those family businesses. And so there are many women in West Michigan that are now running these very big businesses. The Center for Entrepreneurship, one of the activities they get involved in is running pitch contests. But it's a very synergistic kind of pitch contest. Everybody that's going to make an attempt at this has access to graduate assistants to help them build their case, also the SBDDC. When they do the pitch, a group called the Grand Angels comes in, which is our angel group. It's because the city is Grand Rapids, so they went with that name. And interestingly, over the last 15, 20 years, a number of the Grand Angels are female. They're not paying for the pitch. One of the family businesses does that, the prizes for that, but they make contact with these people as well after hearing their pitches. And they're also, any of the winners, besides getting continued support from the graduate assistants and the SBDTC, also get assigned a mentor from
the business owner group that also comes. And there are more women coming from that. So I think a lot of what Camille is talking about, we're seeing some of that. When we started this, probably about 10% of the participants were female. Now it's 50%, and over 50% of the winners are female. And it's amazing how many of the women business owners step up and are really, really enthusiastic about helping and mentoring these women through all the other things besides just the money part. So I think, you know, that holistic approach is really important. And I do think that women entrepreneurs that are successful already, if they're given the venue, and fortunately we have one where they will step up and make quite a difference.
Thank you very much, Rita. That's a very good example because, of course, universities are an important part of our entrepreneurship ecosystems, and they can definitely have a role in addressing some of these systemic issues that have a negative impact on women entrepreneurs. Now I'm looking at the clock. We're at 11:01. We have a coffee at 11:15. And so I'd really like to do one more round of questions and try to get really quick answers from everybody. So panelists, please pay attention. We're going to go in an ad hoc order, okay? So the question will be the same to everybody. And the question is, you know, we're talking about what we know now, taking stock of our knowledge, our experiences, but we also want to look forward to the future. And we'll have sessions later today looking forward to the future. Where do we go? And so my question is, could each of you plant a seed for our later sessions? You know, what is your one idea for a priority issue or a concrete action that we need to keep in our minds going forward into the future? Okay, and I'm going to start online with Elizabeth. What's your seed to plant?
Thank you, David. This is a real chance you're giving us. I hope it will be heard. Look, if I had to choose just one measure to truly support women entrepreneurs, it would be this. Let's guarantee them real, large-scale, and uncomplicated access to finance, combined with tailored support. Because I agree, money alone is not enough. But we have to be realistic. Without capital, ideas stay ideas. And without support, capital becomes a risk instead of a lever. That means that funding women at every stage, from microloans to venture capital, without criteria that match, with criteria that match their realities, would be, to me, the best thing to do. And it means pairing capital with mentorship, with networks and leadership training. And it means ensuring transparency also, it's an important point, ensuring transparency in gender disaggregated data, so no one can say, oh, we didn't know. So I really believe that real change will not come from asking women to be twice as good to get half as much, and it will come from changing the system so they no longer need permission to lead, only the chance to be funded. That's the seed I would plant.
Great, thank you very much. And we'll turn to Lizzie next. Lizzie, what's your nugget, your idea?
Thank you. For me, it's a cultural mindset shift around thinking of women as good business. So I think quite often when we speak to people about investing in women, they think it's philanthropy or it's around DEI, and it's not about that at all. We have stats in the UK that show that women give 35% better returns on investment than men, 35% better. And we're trying to use that to encourage more investments in women. And when we went to New York earlier this year, we had an event to launch the Investment Women Task Force there, and it was almost stopped because there was this rollback in DEI initiatives. But because it was called Investing in Women, it was allowed to go ahead because it was about investment. So I really think for me, it's around thinking about it not as DEI, not as philanthropy. And I know a lot of people here in this room know that, but a lot of other people don't. And it's around shifting it. Investing in women is good business.
Good business. I can get behind that. Virginie, over to you. What's your idea?
I completely agree with what you just said. And I want to say that beyond funding, continuous support and expert guidance is key to helping the entrepreneurs grow and succeed. We need to work with women to scale faster and access the resources that match the full potential of their projects. But just as importantly, we must continue the effort to address the gender biases that still exist among those who found and support entrepreneurs, because like what has been said, changing mindset is just as critical as changing policies.
Thank you very much. Camille, you're up.
So I was going to also say cultural mind shift, so I will not repeat that, but what I would say would be focusing on growth phase women entrepreneurs. So what I would love to see is more energy focused on women who are scaling and building companies. These are the companies that are creating jobs. These are the companies that are innovating. These are the companies that are doing business on a global scale. And I think if we put our energy into women that are growing and scaling companies and helping women bring their companies to the next level, then that's going to help shift that cultural mindset that I think is so important.
Very good. We see how all of these things connect. It's just happening naturally. Felicia.
Following up on Camille's point of supporting growth-oriented enterprises, I would say supporting women-led care businesses. A key structural barrier for women entrepreneurs is care responsibilities and domestic work, and I think we can't highlight that enough. Unpaid care work is still a major driver of gender gaps, poverty, and inequality. And for WeFi, care is a strategic priority, and this includes childcare and elder care. This summer, WeFi launched a care call focused on supporting women care businesses, women entrepreneurs who develop innovative solutions to address care needs. And we believe this is really a sweet spot. Investing in women care businesses not only promotes women's entrepreneurship, but also job growth for other women, because those sectors predominantly employ women, and also women's economic empowerment overall through the provision of quality care services.
I think you've made a really good point. I'm just going to pause on that and perhaps add a quick thought, because it also connects with what Lizzie was saying, and it's the unpaid care point. I mean, that is it's still hugely disproportionate in almost every country. And this is a huge barrier to labor market participation, to entrepreneurship. And there's no easy solution, but we can see everybody's thinking more about care economy and how we can manage this. I know ILO has done some work, different directorates on the OECD are doing this work. So it's good to see that people are at least thinking about it now and trying to identify ways forward. But I'm the moderator, I shouldn't be speaking, so let's go to Rita.
I'm going to say, make sure we monitor where we have made progress and keep it, because last week, the Wall Street Journal had an article that the wage gap between men and women in the United States is actually slightly increased again. And the reason is, and of course, if you're not making as much money, you can't put aside as much money to fund your future ventures when you want to be an entrepreneur. The reason is because there's a big callback to coming to the office to work instead of working remotely, sort of as we forget about COVID. And for a lot of women, especially because the childcare opportunities in the United States also evaporated during COVID, they're taking lower paying jobs so that they can continue to work remotely, which is just one example, but it makes me think that we really need to look at where we have made progress and make sure we maintain that.
Thank you. Excellent points to end with. And we will finish the session on track for coffee. I'm going to turn to Aline. Now, perhaps it's a bit unfair because the budget is tomorrow, But if you look to the future of this policy area in Canada, how do you see it? What do you think is the future direction?
Thank you for reminding me that I'm here while everybody is back home waiting for this budget to come down. But regardless of where the budget lands, the reality is that when we think about improving women's entrepreneurship in general, access to financing being a part, I would say there's three key aspects. One is it has to be multidimensional. It can't just be money. It can't just be support. It can't just be data. All three have to go together. And the second thing is that when we think about women entrepreneurship as a government and being sort of the only actual government person on the panel, I would say we can't go it alone. It has to be a collaboration with nonprofit businesses, with universities, with successful women entrepreneurs. And that is really critical. And the last piece of the puzzle is that we have to be enablers of collaboration among others. I think that is one of the things we've observed in Canada and that we want to continue to build on over the next 5 to 10 years is as we grew our women entrepreneurship ecosystem and environment, we've started seeing trends and we're now being able to, and I'm going to use maybe a word that will make people cringe, but some consolidation around having diverse groups do identical things. How can we bring them together so they can become a network, so that they can help each other? And that ability to bring everyone together is the last piece of the puzzle to make sure that as we move forward, we have a real strong policy and programmatic foundation to support women entrepreneurs, including in the access to financing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was an excellent cap to the discussion, connecting all the way back to even some of the points made in the presentation by John and Baldina. So I think that everyone deserves a round of applause. That was a really excellent discussion, and I'll let John pick it up after the applause for the instructions for the coffee.
Okay, the main instructions for the coffee are, it's either going to be out there if we have got one ordered in, or it's going to be run off to one of the two cafes. Just trying to see what we've got outside, and have a nice break and come back at 11:30. And don't forget to download our new book, the GWEP OECD Bridging the Finance Gap for Women Entrepreneurs. Have a look. Thanks.
Okay, everyone. Thank you very much for continuing to joining us for the morning session here. We want to, ICSB would like to congratulate GWEP on their report and excellent presentation. And there's a lot of interest as well on this. So we appreciate you coming here and presenting it. So thank you very much. The second session here will be led by ICSB, the International Council for Small Business, and the Women President Organization, WPO. So we're joining forces here. So I'm going to set the context a little bit here. And I want to also make sure that we engage as many people as possible. So for those that are sitting in the secondary seats over there, once we open up for Q&A or comments, right? If you want to say something, if you have the urge to say something, just jump to the front row, hit the button, hit the button, introduce yourself, and we'll signal you. How we signal you is if you take this signal and just turn it upside down that way, that means you like to comment or you want to ask a question. So let's get as many people engaged as possible in this session to make it a little bit more interactive. But the question is, why more interactive? What's the purpose of it? Why are we having this conversation? I'll tell you now that one of the motivations of this session and for this day as a whole. ICSB, in collaboration with the Women President Organization, we're working on a new initiative. Something very simple, but something much needed, is what we call the top 10 trends for women entrepreneurs for 2026, which means we're looking for the future. We're looking ahead. We're looking for things that we think will come down the pipeline that are not already existed. And so I need your help. We need your help. We need you to start thinking about things that are still not known, that are still not common, that are still not relevant at this point, but it's coming down the pipeline. Right? Let me give you an example. 7 years ago, my students came to me and talked to me about blockchain. I had no idea what blockchain is. Right? I thought it was a chain made out of blocks. Right? And then they mentioned cryptocurrency and Bitcoin. Right? If I bought Bitcoin 8 years ago, I would be on a yacht somewhere. Okay? So that's the motivation. That's the intention. So let me tell you how the session works now, so we get as many people engaged as possible. The context of this session here is basically to look at, we have presidents, CEOs, policymakers, researchers, and educators here, right? And we're looking at both macro and micro level initiatives that are every day. We're looking for practical actions that have successfully advanced women entrepreneurship across diverse contexts. So a broad perspective, right? And I asked the panelists here, I sent them an email asking them for 3 questions. And I asked them to comment on these 3 questions, and I gave them up to 5 minutes to comment. So they can comment on 1, they can comment on 2 points, or they can comment on all 3 points. And I said, it's unfiltered. Say what's on your mind, say what's in your heart, because we're taking notes. Because out of their speeches, interventions, there might be something that can set the trend for next year, for decades to come. So sit back, listen to what they have to say, understand where they're coming from, and then from there, we start asking more difficult questions. So I've set the context. The difficult questions will come from my partner, Camille Burns. So you get upset with her, not me. So let me first introduce the panelists here. From Canada, Regine Audette, she is CEO for Personal Branding, WPO Chapter Chair, I think from 1, 2, and 3, and from Montreal, and the 4th from Quebec City. So she's been very busy. From South Africa, Annie Welmy, she's a strategy analyst and growth advisor for WPO, SA, and Global Expansion. She is an IWEC board member, founder of Women in Business Association, WIBA. From United States, my dear friend and colleague, Yvette Banfield, she's the Vice President of Economic Development, Policy and Wealth Building Strategies, the Coalition, formerly known as CNHD. And then again, from the United States, Elaine Buxton, CEO of Confero, and she is a national award winner from the Chamber of Commerce. So we're delighted to have her here. And then also from the United States, I call him the Tesla of entrepreneurship research. He is out there, but he is just amazing. Norris Kruger, ICSB board member, and he's going to tell us things that we've never heard of before, but they're coming. And finally, the co-organizer of this event, and my dear friend, Rico Baldegger, ICSB board member from Switzerland. So the questions I asked them, right, and they're very to the point questions. I said, talk to me about a major initiative or policy, national or organizational, that has significantly supported women entrepreneurs and their country or network. Give me an example. Number two, a personal or organizational experience, specific action, a partnership that created measurable impact. We have to measure it, or inspired change that caused a ripple effect. And finally, let's get to the business here of things, a recommendation for the future. What policymakers, financial institutions, or business leaders should prioritize next to help women entrepreneurs thrive. And this one hits home because I was talking to a colleague of mine, and he says to me, Ayman, I've been coming to these events over and over again for the last 25 years. Nothing's changed. Mm-hmm. Well, today we start changing it. So that's where we are with this. Okay, so sorry for being a little bit more ambitious with this initiative here, with this session, but let me start first with Canada. Virginie Audette, the floor is yours. And you need to hit the red button.
Thank you very much, OECD-ICSB, Camille Burns, for this wonderful invitation. So do we have French people? Est-ce qu'on a des gens qui parlent en français? Oui, alors bonjour, bonjour Paris, bonjour Canada, très content de vous voir. Alors vous êtes nos petits cousins, hein? On est contents. On est très content d'être ici aujourd'hui. So we are very proud to be here today. So I have a question for you. Have you ever sat in your car after a day and thought about your issues? And you said, who can I talk to about it? My friends? My family? My husband? What will be the answer? You're too ambitious. You should take vacation. Oh, you should take a break. And it's what we don't want to talk about. It's where WPO makes a big difference. So it's people, it's presidents, entrepreneurs, and they are in the early stage business. And they need to be understanding in their environment. They want to share the information. They want to listen. They want to be not lonely at the top. And WPO is still an organization that is still a place to be with these people and to leverage what they do. And it's confidential. And when they are together, they discuss about their issues, their challenges. And we take time to celebrate their success too. So in Quebec, we had one chapter, one forum, if you prefer, in Quebec in 2008. And now we are 4 chapters. Why? Because there's still a place for women to discuss about their life, their personal life, their professional life. So I think what is important, the key element for me today is to share that connection is very important. We need to think and to invest beyond capital, to think about the environment. Who will be able to help me? Who will be able to understand me? So it's important to have the right people around you to leverage your expertise. And it's what I do, like I do when I do personal branding. I meet CEOs, C-suites people, and I said, talk to me about you. What is unique? And they said, no, I'm not special. No, everybody here is special. You need to think about your unicity. You need to think about yourself. And when you're an entrepreneur, you think a lot about money. Yes, it's important. But what kind of message you will deliver about you? Who will be around you to encourage you to achieve your goal? So it's all about the human being. It's the entrepreneur phase is, yeah, it's several acts. but to make sure you feel that you're in passion. You feel that you're in the right place. And when you feel that, you will attract people around you. And it's what we do at WPO. We attract people. And it's why we want to launch the first WPO chapter in Paris next year, because there still has space for women environment. Et si vous désirez avoir plus d'informations, il y a un cocktail le 5 novembre à 5 heures qui se passe aux portes de Clichy. Donc, si vous êtes intéressé, ça va me faire un plaisir pour moi de vous en dire plus. So we have a cocktail in November 5th in Porte de Clichy to give you more information about that, because we need to feel that we are all together. And we need to encourage everybody. And WPO, and it will give more information about the countries. And so I think everybody here can, you don't have to be alone. You have to be with people around you to connect with people.
Thank you so much, Virginie. I loved what you talked about with connections and networks, because it's what I was referencing before. It's so important, and it's really how we've got to increase women's networks so that they have more resources and more access. When Ayman and I met about 1.5 years ago, we started the conversation around women entrepreneurs, and one of the reasons that WPO is at the table here is because it's so important to talk with the policy experts. It's so important to talk about from the academic side, the research, all of that matters so much, but we also have to hear the voices of the entrepreneurs. We also have to talk to the women that are going through this every day, that are getting up, that are running companies, that are struggling with cash flow and whatever other issues they're dealing with. And how do we support women on a day-to-day basis? So that's why we're here at the table. That's why it was so important for me to bring a group of women entrepreneurs here, so that we can make sure that we're hearing from that day-to-day lived experience. So with that, I'd love to hand it over to Annie Wilhelmy. Annie is based out of South Africa and is going to speak a little to the questions that Ayman mentioned and women's entrepreneurship on a global scale.
Thank you, Camille. Thank you, Ayman. So about 18 years ago, I was awarded an entrepreneurial award, and the award ceremony took place in New York. And I went to New York from Cape Town to receive the award. And whilst I was there, somebody approached me, the president of Women Presidents Organization, and she said to me, wouldn't you like to bring this organization to South Africa? And my immediate thought was, absolutely no. Why would I want to be in a room for one afternoon a month with a group of women when I work mainly with men? The president of the organization, then Professor Marcia Firestone, was quite insistent that I go to a meeting. And we were talking about things that change or what's going to shift the needle. And I have to tell you that the impact of, we call it Women Presidents Organization, I'm going to shorten it to WPO, has had in South Africa is significant. Women who are at a certain space and time need a place where they can talk about things that they really struggle to talk about in other areas. And I say this because I was working in a very male-dominated industry and thought that I was really open and able to talk about things that were difficult. But I found through the Women Presidents Organization, actually that wasn't so. Matters around balance sheet, difficulties around finances, being prepped to pitch for loans, speaking about money, etc., were things that I completely kept to myself and felt very insulated and held to myself. So the model is, it's really structural policy, the model of WPO. It's powerful because it's incredibly confidential. And I think that when we are looking at the things that we spoke about this morning, we really need to go to a place and put the woman entrepreneur into the place. The confidentiality, the level that's needed to have a high trust environment to really speak about your challenges is significant, because as a platform where women need to scale, they need to have experience from people that have scaled, and not policymakers or people that are teaching them, people that come from the same space. And the model gives access to something very rare, entrepreneurial equals who understand the complexity of scale. So, you know, you have the measurable impact, of course you do. You have increased revenue, and we have international expansion, and we have an incredible peer learning process. But I think shifting the narrative from supported entrepreneurs to economic powerhouses that shape the industries is really the way that women who are growing their businesses would like to be referred to, not just as being supported. And I think naming an initiative that's truly moved the needle is a chapter system or a forum system, where this creation of confidential spaces for where women learn from each other, hold each other accountable, and break the isolation that limits growth is really very important. My personal experience is we have grown WPO in South Africa to 6 chapters. That's the Southern African region, and it's not insignificant. WPO is for the second stage entrepreneur. It's $1 million and above, and many people think that African businesses cannot reach that level, and we have proved over and over that that is not the case. Women who have the kind of support that can take them to another level, where not only are you breaking the cultural barriers, but it's about this, it's your psyche, it's the psychological element behind it. And it sometimes can limit us to take that next step, because it's almost ingrained in us that because we're particularly Africans, we cannot do this thing. So the real impact is selecting and finding people that come into a room that share their strength, and they share the diversity that women leaders need to have from each other in their own regions. And that's really the beauty of it, because we have access to our colleagues across the oceans in Europe and in America, but we actually deal with business in South Africa, in Botswana, in Zimbabwe, right there where it's happening. And I think that is really, really critical. We can't really always look at things from an holistic blanket point of view. We need to go down to the nitty-gritty detail of where people are. And I think that the ripple effect is securing those global partnerships and those places where these women now are on boards and they pay it forward, and they have learned from each other and are willing to share that. They're willing to straighten each other's crowns, not knock them off, because in the world of women entrepreneurship, it's quite fierce. And it's very often that you're not helped up the ladder. In our environment, we have non-compete industry, so you want to support everybody around you. And then lastly, just looking ahead, I think what is very important is designing support based on assumptions that women, it's always about a greater percentage of funding or lesser percentage of funding. I think the truth is that we're not tracking the journey of how women scale, wherever it is that they're at, where they get stuck, what interventions work at different stages, at different revenue stages, and the confidence that it takes to be at a certain space, whether it's 200,000, 1 million, 5 million, 10 million, tracking the journey of success and knowing what those inflection points are, I think is absolutely critical to this conversation, that it's not just about, and as we've said, finance access, but understanding where in that journey the support and that absolute holding together is necessary.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Exceptional. Next, I would like to ask Ms. Yvette Banfield to give us her comments. The floor is yours.
Great, thank you. It's now almost afternoon, so good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to share my perspective from a very hyper-local perspective. Many of you are talking about a global perspective or focusing on what you're doing within your countries, home countries. But what I'd like to do is talk about what we're doing in the District of Columbia. I represent the coalition, which is the Coalition for Nonprofit Housing and Economic Development. And my role within the coalition is really to support the small business ecosystem and building up the infrastructure or the ecosystem to make sure that there is foundationally information that's accessible to all businesses. And one of the things that I wanted to kind of emphasize in the conversation when we talk about starting, sustaining, and scaling a business, if the local ecosystem is not designed to help all businesses, women will also be impacted negatively. And so one of the things that we've tried to do is make sure that we coordinate and collaborate with all stakeholders. And with that, there's an intentionality to make sure that we're focusing on and lifting up the issues related to minority-owned businesses as well as women-owned businesses and women minority-owned businesses in the District of Columbia. We are also, through that, we've created this DC Small Biz Resource Hub, where we've designed a website that enables businesses to access information related to small business support organizations that are accessible, that are free or at a nominal cost. We've also created information around all of the government supports that are available for businesses, and particularly those that support women-owned businesses as well, and women-owned programs. And then we also capture information about capital providers, and that includes micro lenders to what we call CDFIs, which are community development financial institutions, which was something that was created by the US Department of Treasury. And it basically creates these CDFIs across the country, both in rural and urban places, to make sure that access to capital is flowing to individuals that might not be able to go to a traditional lender. And then also we also have government programs where they offer grants as well as also capital financing programs for businesses. And there is a special promotion to be able to make sure that we're lifting up these resources for all the businesses that are engaged with our organization. But I also want to kind of mention that this model is something that we have cultivated and designed internally. As part of that work, we are also engaged in policy and advocacy. I think that that is an integral part of being able to lift up the issues that concern minority-owned businesses and women-owned businesses in particular. Making sure that we're seated at the table, making sure that the policies and issues that are pertinent to women-owned businesses are lifted up and spoken about in those rooms, so that you can strengthen the various government entities and making sure that they are aware of the challenges that impact women-owned businesses as well as minority-owned businesses, but also making sure that we're supporting the programs in terms of funding. And so that's a role that our organization plays. Not only are we trying to kind of strengthen the ecosystem, but we're also seated at the table with policymakers, making sure that they are aware of some of the barriers and the challenges that women-owned businesses and minority-owned businesses face. One of the things that we're also trying to do is export that information, because what we found is that a lot of other communities, when we travel to other cities across the country, a few of them, we found that they aren't able to coordinate and share and disseminate information for small businesses that makes it easier for them to navigate the various systems that exist. And so what we're trying to do is package and share our resources to help these other communities to do that better as well. And then one of the things I wanted to highlight and talk about is our partnership with George Washington University School of Business. About 5 years ago, we received funding to create a program that helped to educate businesses to make sure that they were operating their businesses and for sustainability and for growth. And with this funding that we received from JP Morgan Chase, we had to find a university partner. And through our relationships, we connected with GW School of Business, which led me to having a relationship with Ayman Tarabishi. And we designed this program that would enable small businesses to not just focus on the nuts and bolts of how to operate a business, but what is the mindset shift that you need to make so that you are operating your business for growth, you're operating your business for scalability. And so it's focused on leadership and management. And we have completed 5 cohorts thus far. Half of the businesses, actually a little more than half, have been women-owned businesses. What we have seen through this program is that the women-owned businesses have formed a network amongst themselves in addition to connecting to all the other alumni that have completed the program, but they are drawing on each other's strengths and they're supporting each other. They are organically finding opportunities to be able to support and to share information about contracting opportunities and also giving each other business. And so we have used this program. It's 3 months. It's a 3-month-long program. We operate it once a year. There are typically about 15 businesses that have completed the program. And since then, we have seen businesses scale. We have seen businesses become more visible leaders in the community, getting awards, but also increasing their revenue and hiring district residents as well. And so in terms of recommendations, there was a lot that was said earlier today in the morning session. I think data is so key and central. And it goes back to this idea about ecosystem building. When you start working collaboratively with your partners and figuring out ways to cull and gather data and information, you can better report and be able to share where there are gaps. In the past, we have not been able to do that in the District of Columbia. The district government has data, but the finite, nuanced data that we needed to be able to gather, to be able to show the impact, that wasn't happening. And by being a community quarterback and helping to design our infrastructure around ecosystem building allows us to be able to gather the data that would be helpful and powerful to be able to tell that story. And so I think that that's essential. And then also really, it goes back to policy and advocacy, really supporting and championing the issues that impact women and minority-owned businesses locally. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. I loved a lot of points that you made about the ecosystem and also the scalability. And one thing that I love that you threw in there was women doing business with each other, because that's also what networks provide, is the opportunity for women to bring on other women as vendors for their own companies and continue to help each other grow and scale their businesses that way. Now we're going to go to Elaine Buxton. Ayman mentioned she's an award-winning entrepreneur, longtime entrepreneur based out of the United States. That's going to share a little about her experience.
Ayman asked me to tell my lived experience, so here it is. I've been in business for 39 years, and that's a very long time. Don't do the math, try to figure out my age. In 1986, when my business was started in the United States, a woman could not sign for a business loan. That law did not change until 1988. So I had to sign a loan with my dad. And that's how we got started. So I'm very lucky that I had a father who had a lot of confidence in me. There's some conversation earlier was about women seeing debt and not seeing leverage. And that really was me for a very, very long time. Eventually, 24 years later, I was at a Chamber of Commerce event and a male banker was listening to a conversation. I was complaining about my rent was going up and how expensive it was. And he called me the next day and said, well, why don't you buy a building? Really, me? You know, who am I to buy a building? And he said, you know, the SBA, the Small Business Administration, has a lending program for small businesses to buy buildings that their business operates in. So that person helped me secure that loan, which I never would have thought about looking into. And then fast forward to COVID. In 2020, my company works with large companies around the US that operate retail stores, banks, places, restaurants, places that consumers visit, and consumers couldn't go anywhere. So we lost 90% of our revenue in 10 days with all our clients closing up. So after 34 years, that was pretty devastating. But our federal government had loans available for the disaster, which is what got a lot of us through this whole thing. So I would be remiss not to mention that our government had a big part in us in our continued success. So after the pandemic, we spent time building the business back, and then we needed some working capital. So we went back to the Small Business Administration, and they have a lending program that is essential because it doesn't lend money to anybody. It guarantees a percentage of the loan to make your loan more attractive to a traditional bank. And so it's an easier way for an undercapitalized company to actually get the capital that they might need. So I have been a member of Women Presidents Organization for 20 years. The minute my company hit $1 million, I joined because that was the place to go to scale the business. And they are a big reason for our longevity and success. But when I was talking with our WPO chapter about needing working capital, another WPO member said, well, I'm looking for money too. So we started looking for money together, and we had a little game where we went to the SBA and we each applied for a loan. We were different businesses, but we were looking for about the same amount of money. And one thing that the Small Business Administration does is they will match you with a lender. So you can go on their website and you can say how much money you need, what you need it for, how long you've been in business, and your credit, things like that. And then lenders can come back to you within 2 days with offers. So she and I each got 3 offers. She and I each got turned down by the same company. We got offered less than we wanted by the same company, by another company. And then the third company each gave us what we were asking for. And actually they offered me more money than I asked for. So it's a competitive group that really wants to lend money to small businesses, and particularly women-owned businesses. That was incredibly helpful. What WPO has done for me specifically is it's helped me kind of see around corners. A lot of times you're describing a problem and someone else has been through it, and they have come out the other side, and they can tell you, here's a hole you're going to fall into. Or you're talking about, I've got this new big client, and somebody says, well, how are you going to fund it? How are you going to staff it? What's your strategy for doing this? So it's really the peer advisory part, and learning from people who've had similar experiences is very helpful when you're looking to scale your business. The other unique aspect of WPO is we have trained facilitators. So they're helping to make sure the conversations stay on point and that we're all really a solidified group. And I just think we should all think about, a lot of times when we think about women-owned businesses, we think about micro businesses or women who started their own business to create their own lifestyle or out of interest. But there are a lot of women out there, especially younger women, who are starting businesses that they want to sell, or they're starting businesses with a lot of capital, or they're trying to buy an existing business, or they've inherited a business from their family. So I think as we talk about women-owned businesses, we need to think that they're not all the same, that it's a wide range of opportunity there to serve a wide range of women. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Elaine. I really like your point that in the past we thought it was lifestyle businesses for women, and now you're saying that women are starting businesses to sell. So they're sitting there saying, I'm going to start a business, and my intention is because I want to sell it, grow it, and sell it. And that's what I was talking about, looking into the future. How do we work with these type of women that our intention is not just a lifestyle, but to scale and to sell or become a serial entrepreneur, if you may. Next, I'm going to ask Norris Kruger to talk a little bit about the session, but also take us a little bit back about the history and where we're going in the future. Looking at the history is important to look at the future. Norris?
Oh, okay. Didn't push it hard enough. Anyway, I'm Norris Kruger. I wear multiple hats. My expertise here is entrepreneurial ecosystems. As a researcher, as doing policy work, teaching classes on ecosystems, and as part of the leadership council for the eShip Alliance, which is a US-based coalition of grassroots ecosystem builders, as opposed to the more traditional economic development top-down approaches. And part of my job across these silos is try to bring people together and find ways to collaborate. So this is a perfect opportunity to bring together the voices of practitioners along with policy experts. And there are so many young scholars out there who are hungry to hear your questions. They want to hear what are the things you want to know about, and I'm happy to connect you on that. That this notion of, to maybe step back on in terms of ecosystem building, is it being more grassroots? It's connector centric. It's not institution centric. It's not the nodes. It's the connections, and the things that we can do. We're finding out for both from the practitioner side and the scholarly side is you've got the institutional sort of macro level, and you've got the entrepreneurs sort of the micro level, and you've got silos trying to connect with networks. And what happens in any healthy community, not just entrepreneurial ecosystems, is there is this meso level that it actually is bridging it, and to do it well, you have to be proactive. And so initial first takeaway here is what can we do to enhance the connectors? And it's tough that they're intrinsically motivated. If you pay them a lot, the wrong people will get into the game, and so on. But when I talk to these different groups, the one thing everything comes back to is assessment. I was involved in a structured literature review on all the great studies on the impact of entrepreneurship education on higher ed. We looked at over 100 studies. How many were worth a crap? 4. This didn't go over well with a lot of people, but we're not very good at this. Is I think the OECD, they worked very hard at doing this. And one of the things that got us started in all this is, I've been asking about the history of this, is I think back, the very first policy seminar on entrepreneurial ecosystems was in The Hague. Thank you, John, by the OECD. And John was, John doesn't even remember what a great job he did, but a lot of people saying, well, we do this, and this, magic happens. All we have to do is make this one policy thing, magic happens. And the reality, and John and his staff were pushing us, what is it we actually do? What are the actions? And this is in the wake of Brad Feld's book on startup communities, Victor Wong on the rainforest. And oh, by the way, in 2012 was the first academic session on entrepreneurial ecosystems done by ICSB. So I have a long history here, and I'm just very enthused about the things. There are so many things they've done. The Missing Entrepreneurs report, if you don't download, yes, you should download the new reports, but go out and find that Missing Entrepreneurs report at OECD. It is still very, very, very powerful. But in terms of what initiative, how can we move forward? One of the things that the education experience is that there are about 10 countries, people from 10 countries who want to do a major, big scale assessment of the impact of entrepreneurship education and do it right. So if you're interested, some of you might be interested in that. But one of the things that the practitioners can help us with is in terms of assessment. Are we assessing the right things? Are we assessing it the right way? In my country anyway, there are entrepreneurial support organizations that have brilliant outcome metrics. They're totally self-serving, total vanity metrics. And there are a lot of people who are a bit offended by that. It is, And it is a bit terrifying that they're getting away with it. Well, it turns out that's, but I think that's something where we could bring themselves together. So can I pitch a bold idea? Our US Department of Education has this crazy thing called the What Works Clearinghouse. Have any of you heard of this? It's, they say, okay, here's a new thing for teaching second graders algebra. And they'll assess, did this actually work? Is it generalizable? And there are degrees of this. And now you have this, not only a repository of this, but they also teach you how to do these kind of assessments. So why not an ICSB, OECD, What Works Clearinghouse for entrepreneurship policy, and start with focusing on women entrepreneurs, as opposed to something, everything. I think that something would be a huge contribution. It wouldn't cost that much money, and be an opportunity for people not only, okay, what is really working, what is really helping women entrepreneurs, and what is actually harming them. There are a lot of initiatives where the short run positive effects, and then that we need to be, looking more rigorously. And some sacred cows will be slaughtered without any doubt. But this is the kind of thing where you can bring together the voices of practitioners, the voices of the scholars, the voices of the policy experts. What is it we should be looking at? And damn, we could do great things. We could change the world with that. And just time to step up, because ICSB has expertise, OECD has great assessment expertise, you all have great expertise. So if I can help in any way, I'm Norris Kruger, I'm not really Tesla. I'm not dead. So
Thank you, Norris. Thank you again. You do confirm your Tesla because you're bringing these great ideas. The last presenter here is from Switzerland, one of the co-organizers here, and he has some facts and figures that will help us here. So I'm going to ask Rico Baldegger, and the floor is yours.
Thank you for, let's say, the introduction. I think it's important even to have let's say a macro perspective on the topic. Why we are so investing in women entrepreneurs. I think and the question is, if you're not doing it, what are the impacts? Based on a World Economic Gap report, it will be, if you're not taking action, it will be 134 years. If you're really on the same stage between women and men. So clearly, we have to take the right actions with more impact. We heard before, we have so many, let's say challenges, not only one or two. We have challenges in finance, we have challenges in society and presenting, in venture capital buildings that we know we get a lot of gaps. So we have to think, about measures with the highest impact, and to act like an entrepreneur. Not only to talk about women entrepreneurship, even to act like an entrepreneur. And what is doing an entrepreneur at the first stage? Clearly, you mentioned just before, and even Camille, let's say, prepare, like I call it in French, préparer le terrain, what you have to do as an entrepreneur, build really a great network. And you need not only a network between, let's say, startups and small entities. So we need even let's say, a great network between small entities and big companies. So even today, we have here in the room, and later on, we have Cartier is here we have Amazon in. What can do big companies for startups, and even based on, let's say, women entrepreneurship topic? On the same time, even the women entrepreneurs have to reflect what is their, let's say, uniqueness. What is their uniqueness? What is the beauty of it? So a good combination is clearly tech and, let's say, soft skills. We know about, we're always saying, women entrepreneurs, they have a higher level on soft skills. So take it as an advantage, but combine it with tech competences. So what we have to do, clearly, we have to close the digital channel gap. We know that is a gap between 327 million smartphones between men's and women's. And you know today, your smartphone is, let's say, your tool to build digital competences and even your sales channel. So that we have to do. On the same time in education, I'm going back to Norris, what he said before about ecosystem. It is important, you know, we have really to invest more in STEM for women entrepreneurs, or let's say female students. So the STEM topic is even still today a huge topic. We have a lot of countries here, even here in Europe, that you have really not so many female students on the STEM, let's say, programs. So that we have really to tackle on. And so international organizations, or let's say non-profit organizations, they have really to invest, to empower it, and let's say even finance research. Why STEM, investment in STEM is so important? Not only for the university, but on the same time, universities, they have to reflect what are topics for women, future women entrepreneurs. I can only tell you a little story. If we change in my former business school a little bit of program in direction to sustainability, and even let's say to what is the impact of health for the society, we had more women entrepreneur startups, and at the same time, we even had more application from female professors. So it's even a matter of which part of topics is on your map, on your strategic map, even for policymakers. I think we cannot only act. We have, let's say, really to act in a strategic way, to really focus on which measure has the highest impact. And I think but we can only do it, you know, if we have big players on the board, what before mentioned now is from, let's say, non-profit part, but even private organization. But we need even, let's say, bigger companies in this kind of network, if we cannot have the impact on it on the market. That's only in a nutshell my reflections.
Thank you, Rico. So now is the time to ask the floor. Everybody sitting at the table here, and those that are sitting in the back, if you have an idea, a comment, or a question, is to raise your flag, you say, and then we'll call on you, and we'll ask you to comment briefly or to ask a question. So who wants to be the first penguin? Okay, so she used her laptop. Innovative. The floor is, can you introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Margaret Johnson. I'm a former WPO member when I sold my first business, multi-million-dollar business, and then sold at a multi-million-dollar level. I sold to a French publicly traded company. So I'm very happy to be back here in France, and it's a very warm feeling for me. I am now on my third business and sold the first two. This third one is active, and it's more of a personal agenda at this point in my life. And I am looking to have impact and to grow entrepreneurship, primarily in the US has been my focus at this point in time. So I'm involved I have created centers for entrepreneurship at 2 universities. Now I'm growing one at a 3rd university. I've had 8 universities as clients. So I'm trying to move the needle that way. I'm a part of the Small Business Development Center Network, which is part of the SBA that Elaine talked about, and also was very similar to what's being done in Canada and Quebec. I have a couple of potential reframes for you. You said what's coming up, what's going forward. I do not like to fail. I have never wanted to fail. I was so surprised in entrepreneurship education where they were saying fail fast. Right? I'm like, why? I would not want to fail. I have not failed at anything, and I don't want to start now. So one is to not frame it as failing, but to frame it as success. Just because you have a setback doesn't mean that you can't pivot around it, right? I would also reframe women entrepreneurship. I don't like that name because I feel like it gives you a very narrow definition of entrepreneurship. I like the Coleman Foundation's definition, which is that you are an entrepreneur if you own a business and are employed through the business that you own. I therefore would suggest that maybe we call it women business owners, women business ownership. That gets to startup, it gets to scaling, it gets to the $100 million businesses that colleagues of mine at the Women Presidents Organization have been running, have founded, have grown from nothing or have taken over from their father or their grandfather. And one other reframe I would say to you is that in all of our countries, entrepreneurs have a high failure rate, right? 50% of small businesses fail in the first year in the US, and then another 80% fail by year 5. And so my research, which I'm presenting tomorrow, so a little plug for that, went to look for success. And where could I find success rates and build on that? Did you know that older entrepreneurs, age 50 plus, have a 75% success rate? They cannot afford to fail if they're starting a business at that age, or they have no desire to fail if they're starting a business at that age. And 80% of those, in my experience, are women. So if you'd like to grow women entrepreneurship, go to the age 50 plus group. The numbers are in your favor, the evidence is there. And the biggest research study I found on this was by, it was US government funded, and it was through Northwestern University in Chicago. And what they found was the more complicated the industry, the more likely the founder was age 50 plus, including in tech and energy. So that's my questions is really, can you reframe it? Could you call it women business ownership? Could we get to a larger scale and not just think of it as micro entities? All businesses start as a micro entity.
Excellent intervention, really setting the stage to have. Who would like to have the floor and say anything? We had a first penguin here, so who wants to quick? Okay, the floor is yours.
I'd like to add to that and say something slightly different, but it dovetails. Because when we treat women business owners, not entrepreneurs, as an economic class worth studying, not a social category needing support, I think everything will change. And data becomes leverage and capital becomes very targeted then. So policy can become intelligent and women stop being limited into the, we're not being invited into the economy. Instead, we are the architects of it. So if we take that comment and what I've just said, I think it opens up a thought pattern that potentially we're looking at this from an angle that could be framed differently for that 2026 list.
Cristina Rossi Lamastra, Politecnico di Milano. First and foremost, I'm very happy to be here with you. I think that this mix of scholar and practitioners, entrepreneurs, is really, really important to foster and nurture female entrepreneurship. I want to say something about women's network, social network, because in my study, we see that usually women have a smaller social networks compared to men. And most of these social networks are formed by other women. And I would like to elaborate more on this today in our next panel, because you are probably wondering what's wrong in the fact that women tend to form bonds with other women. Nothing wrong, but in doing so, we should be reminded of the importance of having a mixed network. Also because usually most of financial investors are men. And so if you only bonds with women, probably you are excluded from the network of financial investors. And I have an interesting study with a young colleague of mine. And we study whether and how women approach business angels. And it's based on an experiment, and it's based on a video game. And we asked male and female entrepreneurs to say who would be the business angel which they choose, which they approach, and who is the business angel with, to whom they are asking for money. And in most of the cases, we see a segregation, namely women tend to approach female business angel, while there is no difference in gender of the business angels approached by men. I think that this is important because business angel sectors is really male dominated. And so when we think about soft skills, I think it's important to invite and encourage female entrepreneurs to also be ready to embrace diversity. And in my opinion, this holds particularly true for daughters of family business, because this really might be a trump card, very important leverage that women have for attracting money from external investors. Just my 2 cents.
Thank you. Thank you for introducing the concept that is very simple but very powerful, is mixed networks, which is very critical here. Anybody else would like, you need to show you how to turn the flag and then show me. Yeah, now yes, now the floor recognizes you, you can press the button.
Hi everyone. So I'm Alexander Binder. I'm here with IES Education. So I wanted to say, so I'm a young professional and also a new generation. And so in my generation, we will never ask ourselves if someone is good at what he's doing based on gender or anything like this. And so my question is, in creating financial help or network, specifically for women, is it really helping women to grow in society, or is it just perpetuative, conservative point of view where women have one place, men another, and this place never crossed?
Thank you. This brings in the new generation perspective where gender doesn't really matter to them. You're looking at the skills or competencies of them, and you're questioning whether does this create a setback as we move forward. So looking at the new generation. Any other comments or questions? Because then we're left to the task of summarizing this. We have the coalition. Yvette?
Great. I just wanted to make a suggestion or put out on the floor. Recently, we had a conference and we had a guest speaker, Andre Perry, and he was talking about his book called Black Power Scorecard. What was really interesting about that book was that it focused not on looking at how African Americans, the economic mobility or well-being of African Americans in comparison to whites. It looked at African Americans as a group and tried to show how well they were doing within their group, to be able to understand where folks were doing well and why, and what were the differences. And so I'm wondering if it makes sense, because some of the studies that were presented was comparing women to men. But if you were to look at women across the spectrum, those who are really doing well economically as business owners, what was the difference? And really extrapolating that to be able to really tell a more rich, nuanced story around women and how they are faring amongst each other, instead of comparing them against men.
Excellent view of analysis. Yvette, on this one, we have the World Bank, and then we have the next floor to you. The World Bank, the floor is yours.
I just quickly wanted to follow up on the point that was mentioned before on serial entrepreneurship, and it's great to hear these success stories. I wrote down the phrase, "I don't want to fail." And we just had an academic conference last week in London on women's entrepreneurship. And there was an interesting study that was presented showing that when women and men co-founded the same company, women are 20 to 50% less likely to get funding for their next startup. So women are penalized for past failures, while for men it's often seen as a learning experience. So this leads us to the question what governments and development organizations can do, not only to get more women into entrepreneurship, but also to help them re-enter the startup system.
You raise a very good point about when failure, who gets penalized more and who doesn't get penalized more. And you're asking the right question here. So it's an exceptional question. And the floor is yours.
I think this ties in well with the point you made and also the point you made. We've been talking about penalization within government, and we've been speaking about tax incentives and whether that is beneficial for women-led businesses, and we're not sure. So it'd be helpful to actually speak to some entrepreneurs to see what their experience has been. We've been talking about specifically female or women-led business tax incentives and whether that has an impact on follow-on funding. So whether you might be penalized if you've received a certain kind of funding in future. So that's a question that we've been speaking about internally. And if anyone has any points, it'd be good to discuss with you at some point today.
Excellent, excellent contribution. And we have Colette, the floor is yours.
Yes, good afternoon. Colette Henry, Dundalk Institute of Technology, Ireland. I just wanted to make a point about growth. And Norris was talking about looking at what works and what is harmful for women entrepreneurs. And I think sometimes the overemphasis on growth at an early stage can be very detrimental and very off-putting to women. And I know this was commented on earlier. And I think what happens is early stage women entrepreneurs get scared off by growth, and they feel that the funding isn't there for them. It is privileged toward the growth-oriented businesses. So my suggestion would be perhaps to network in with early stage women entrepreneurs using the expertise in, for example, the WPO, and getting those established women entrepreneurs who are growth oriented to explain to early stage women entrepreneurs about the growth trajectory in a way that it isn't off-putting and that they can understand. Thank you.
Questions, polytechnical, is that right? The floor is yours again.
So thank you very much again for giving us the chance to share this point. I wanted to connect with what we were discussing before, specifically about uniqueness, and then also the capacity of women to interrelate with this aspect, especially when they propose their businesses. Actually, we have a very recent research, hasn't been published yet. Yes, tomorrow we're going to provide an insight. But just to give an highlight to those that probably won't make for tomorrow, it is very interesting when you have a very unique business model as a woman in the context of equity crowdfunding. So it's a very uncertain type of market. That when you have a very unique business model and the company is overall male-led, because of this high uniqueness, basically the company do not receive so much funding. So they are less finance, they have a lower financing success, if you want to keep with this concept. What becomes very counterintuitive, and we will share more tomorrow, is that in the moment in which you start having one female in the founding members, it seems like it starts to have an opposite effect. And especially when we arrive to have 2 women and more in the founding team, actually this uniqueness becomes a legitimacy. But we will tell you more why tomorrow.
And Virginie.
Thank you. Thank you very much for all your comments and your vision. So as a chapter chair, I would like to just share my perspective. When women are around the table, first of all, they are exhausted. you know, they are always in operation. So they come and they relax and they think about their vision, where they are, where they want to go, and where they want to be. And, you know, around the table, yes, we have businesses, but we have also partners, we have sponsors, and we talked about the bank. So we try to always have a bank, a member who's coming from a bank. So their perspective help women to understand what is the mindset to get more capital. And so you talk about JP Morgan. And so I know that JP Morgan organize a lot of things with WPO. They are sponsors too. We have Canadian banks too. And we, you know, they help us to be better in business. And they also collaborate for success. And I'm very proud that they are part of a big award with WPO. It's the 50 fastest owner-led business, and Annie won one of those awards. So, you know, banks, they are there to understand our needs, and they are there to collaborate with us to be better.
Thank you. I think we have 5 minutes left before we break for lunch. So now we have the difficult task of summarizing all these exceptional points here in 2 minutes or less each, and then we can break for lunch. So with this difficult task, I ask Camille to start first.
Thank you, Ivan. A couple of things that I saw that I thought were really interesting in this conversation. First of all, I want to thank everyone for the contribution. I think this was a very powerful conversation to have and touched so many different aspects. One thing Nora said was that really hit me was, are we assessing the right things? And I think that's a really important point. I find a lot of information around women business owners is very demographic and I guess factual in nature in terms of the dollar amounts and things like that. And one of the things Annie said that tied to that was understanding the entrepreneurial journey, right? And understanding women are getting stuck. There's just certain periods. You already heard me say how few women get to $1 million in revenue. And then as you go up and women and businesses get larger, there's fewer and fewer women. So why are women getting stuck in the entrepreneurial journey? I think it would be very interesting to understand that. And as Rico said, what has the highest impact, and really understanding what topics and areas have the highest impact on helping as women are getting stuck in the entrepreneurial journey, and why are they getting stuck, and understanding what we can do to help address that. And when do we intervene? What does the intervention look like? And how do we best do that? So I think there's just so many points. I can see Ayman has a list of, I think, 25 right here. So can you do this in 2 minutes?
Yes. So while you're talking, I wrote quick notes here just to kind of give you the task that will be left with the ICSB and WPO to take this to start developing the top 10 trends. So I'm going to go through this. This is first, announcement of sorts, kind of very raw here. The thing that first we mentioned was this concept of connections and network, right? That is very important. But what struck me a little bit surprising here is there's this confidentiality issue between women speaking about their businesses. There's a challenge that they speak freely about it. And I put a question mark on this. And the question is, why? Is it something that men do more easier than women? So it's something that caught my attention. The issue of complexity to scale was raised as well. I really like this term, economic powerhouses. That hit home for me. And then the other concept that really came out here is that women with women is straightening each other's crowns. That's really nice. That's a very eloquent, I don't know who said it, but I'm going to steal it, type of thing. The issue of economic ecosystems, creating the ecosystems, but I think Yvette saying that is you create the ecosystem and you work in supporting the ecosystem, but don't forget to be at the table as the ecosystem is being created and being part of the policymakers and saying, this is how we create this ecosystem. Knowledge sharing is always important, but that's across the board. There was always an issue of data. We need to have data. We need to measure this data. Data is tricky because sometimes data is off and then the whole thing is off. Another term that really caught my attention is these organizations should be a community quarterback for development, that they really sit there and they set the stage as quarterbacks for development or captains for development. Competing for resources, that's always an issue here. and having peer advisors. You know, when to sell and exiting was something that brought up, and the issue of family-owned businesses and women entrepreneurs, second-generation entrepreneurs, that have this opportunity. Mezzo level, I think mezzo level is a new analysis. I think a lot of researchers love this concept of mezzo level, and so that's something that we need to focus on. The concept of bringing the big businesses or the large businesses to work with the small businesses. And I think Rico mentioned that we have an example of Amazon coming in and the research that they're doing. And then we start getting to deeper questions, really challenging us here. What is a woman's unique proposition? Is it just because they're women businesses? That's their unique proposition? That was kind of what I heard being said here. The question of women entrepreneurs, should we call them women entrepreneurs or should we call them something else? And then we got into even deeper conversation. I said, oh, we're building drama here. Is this hot topic, should it be gender driven or topic driven? You know, and I think the young generation here said, we don't even look at this. We just look at who's competent. Then we got into really some strong punches here, is this concept of accepting failure. Well, like, we're not in the business of accepting failure. We're in the business of framing success. So enough of coddling or entitling kids, saying, here's a trophy, you failed, start again. You failed, why did you fail? Well, you know, why aren't you successful? So that's something that came in. And again, the elephant in the room saying here, why don't we change the name? And now we're getting into the genesis of things. Why don't we call them women businesses, women-owned businesses, or women business ownership? Let's focus on success. And then a really innovative concept from Politecnico Milano is this idea of mixed networks. You know, who are you targeting? Why is it just women with women network? Why not women with men network for access of finance, mentoring and stuff? And then let's not just focus, and the last thing I heard is that let's not just focus on growth. Maybe that kind of intimidates women from the beginning that are thinking here. Let's focus on kind of alleviating or reducing harmful things that they are challenged with. So let's not just keep pushing for growth. That's what I got. Maybe I'm hallucinating here because of the hour difference, but this is the exceptional notes that we're taking here. So from there now, we follow in the afternoon with more in-depth topic, and we start cultivating this list. Camilla and I are here. If you have an idea, please share it with us, or if you want to engage with us on this top 10 trends, reach out to us. This is a community process here. So I want to thank you for this session. And we are exactly on time for lunch break. So lunch break, the cafeteria. David or Jonathan, is there?
Yeah, you've got really two options. There's something called the red chairs. So you go out right and along the corridor that way. And there's a self-serve. You pick up a sandwich and go and sit at the round chairs. Or you can go up the escalator and turn back on yourself and go into the restaurant. It's called a canteen officially. Into the canteen, it's again, you pick up your tray and you put your food on, and slightly nicer experience. So up to you.
Great, thank you. So we'll reconvene at 2 o'clock exactly.
Welcome back, everybody. We're going to do the afternoon session. Welcome to everybody online. Thank you for hanging on for us. We're going into session 3. Session 3 is called Going Digital. It's about unlocking opportunities for digital women entrepreneurs. We'll start off with the OECD presenting some evidence on the participation of women in digital entrepreneurship, the barriers, the opportunities, and potential directions for future policy. And so Helen Larek from the OECD will present on that. And we've got Jana Heinonen, who's a professor at the University of Turku, who will give us some insights as well. And then we'll go into a panel moderated by Rico and Ayman. So let's get started on it. Then the floor goes to Helen.
Thank you, John. As you mentioned, I will briefly go through OECD data and insights on women in digital entrepreneurship before passing the floor to Professor Jarna for why it's important to have women innovation through technology. So to begin, we can see that digital occupations have been growing and represent a larger share of the total labor market over the last few years. Before the COVID-19 pandemic, digital occupations had actually been trending significantly upwards. However, following the COVID-19 crisis, a mixed picture has emerged. Some areas have exponentially increased, while others have yet to regain their pre-COVID levels. So we also see on the chart here, one specific indicator for digital occupations, which is the proportion of online job postings that are for digital occupations. And we can see across some of these OECD countries that we're getting up towards 15–20% of occupations online being for digital positions. However, we see that far too few women are participating in digital fields and sectors, including in digital entrepreneurship. Gender gaps in digital use and digital skills continue to persist. Globally, women face greater challenges in accessing digital tools and services. About 327 million fewer women than men own a smartphone and have access to the internet. While this is due in part to issues with accessibility, geographic, and socioeconomic factors, it's also linked to skills gaps. OECD data show that women are 1.6 times more likely than men to report a lack of skills as a barrier to internet use. Research also suggests that women tend to lack digital skills compared to men. The lack of women in these fields overall is due to women experiencing more and heightened challenges, especially those who are interested in pursuing entrepreneurship and other occupations in the STEM and digital fields. These gender gaps start quite early. We see that among 15-year-olds, only 14% of girls who are top performers in science and mathematics report that they expect to pursue a career in science and engineering, relative to about 26% of boys in the same categories. This is across OECD countries. So we see that these skills gaps, the motivation behind pursuing digital entrepreneurship already starts to diverge at a very young age. And this leads over time to lower levels of technical skills. We also see that there are fewer people and women pursuing STEM careers. And that again starts at the higher education level, where less than 1/4 of students, women students, are in ICT fields of study. But we all know that digitalization is changing the way we work, how the labor market is operating, and we're not going back. So it's very important for policy to continue to support closing these gender gaps in digitalization. We see more and more how digital innovations are transforming entrepreneurship and business operations, and that's presenting new opportunities for women entrepreneurs to grow their businesses in different ways and in different markets, and many are seeing positive impacts on their businesses. Digitalization, for example, offers lower startup costs, larger market reach and access to global markets, ability to scale a business more easily, as well as flexible working arrangements, which is something we talked about in the morning session as well. And this helps to enable a better work-life balance. Yet we see that gender disparities create additional challenges for women entrepreneurs. They can lead to women being disadvantaged in pursuing innovation and lower levels of skills, as I mentioned, limited opportunities to build relevant networks, which again was flagged this morning in our discussions, and especially in innovative digital sectors in the long term. Research also suggests that the lack of women in data science creates feedback loops, and this can reinforce gender bias in AI and machine learning systems, which therefore then reinforces more gender biases, leading to fewer women participating in these fields and related occupations. By fostering more women in digital entrepreneurship and digital sectors, policy can encourage a more inclusive digital transition. As you may know, the OECD has been working in this area with the D4SME initiative for several years. It was founded in 2019 for the Digital for SMEs Global Initiative, which is a global collaborative knowledge platform that brings together public and private sector actors to support SMEs in going digital. So I'll briefly present some of the insights from the latest 2025 survey, which specifically focused on AI adoption and adoption by SMEs across 10 OECD countries and how these SMEs are leveraging digitalization. So the survey had about 39% of businesses using AI, with 1 in 4 referring specifically to generative AI services. Overall, the survey found that the impact of AI on the labor market was positive, and it helped to improve productivity and well-being of SMEs. Respondents also indicated that AI was driving efficiency gains, notably the generative AI, with nearly 3 in 4 respondents considering that AI has had at least a moderate impact on their business operations. However, concerns remain for the future of work, the resulting reorganization of tasks, the changing demand for skills. And the survey also found that while women and men share views on the benefits of AI, women are actually much more risk adverse to integrating AI than men. So we see here on the screen that the D4SME survey found that women experience higher, report feeling higher levels of burnout, as do self-employed. So women were about slightly less than twice as likely to feel burnout in integrating digital technologies into their workplace. And we also see that the continued emphasis on skills and the need to reskill and upskill is continuing to be a major constraint for entrepreneurs and SMEs. So nearly half of SMEs anticipate reskilling and upskilling in the years to come. This is from the Flash Eurobarometer report. And what was interesting about this is that only 6 out of 10 respondents reported actually integrating AI into their services, and even fewer were using it. But those that had not integrated AI services yet did not think they needed to reskill. But we see those on the screen who are using it see a very large increase in the need to upskill their workforce. So we have this divide between those that have integrated and adopted it and those who haven't, and the anticipated needs of AI in the future. So again, policy can help spread awareness of the need to reskill and upskill, integrate these technologies, and how and when to do so. So I'll now briefly turn to some policy priority actions. So we continue to see the need to promote diversity in entrepreneurship, especially at young ages among girls and boys in school, to increase gender balances in the long term, especially in higher education and then in occupations in the digital and STEM fields. This can be done by showcasing role models, successful women entrepreneurs that are operating the digital sector, as well as highlighting AI trailblazers and other more relatable role models that they can see entrepreneurship as an accessible and viable career path. This can also be done by facilitating mentoring opportunities and network opportunities for women digital entrepreneurs. implementing women-tailored entrepreneurship support programs, whether that is financial or non-financial, to help bridge these digital gender divides. And an important one is also to move away from this tech or non-tech entrepreneurship framework. There are a lot of degrees of digitalization, and it's important that policy represents all of the different types of digital entrepreneurship that exist and have appropriate tailored response and support for all of these. Lastly, it's very important, as we mentioned earlier, to close the gender gap in accessing finance for women-led digital business startups, helping them to start, sustain, and grow their businesses in the long term. And lastly, making sure digital innovations, especially AI, is inclusive and it brings equal benefits to all. Thank you very much. Do you want me to pass it back to?
Yeah, the plan is to pass it on to Jana.
Thank you very much, and bonjour and good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for inviting me, and thank you, Helen, for a very interesting figures you provided us. Here is my topic, and here am I. So my name is Jarna Heinonen, and I come from Finland, University of Turku. I work as an entrepreneurship researcher over there. Although I'm a woman, I'm not here to talk about myself, but rather move on to the topic, which is innovation and high potential growth and digitalizations. Here are some figures which go back to GEM study, which has been referred today also several times. Given Helen's impressive figures on how women are involved in digitalization, I here only wish to highlight some points. I actually hate comparing women with men, and that's how we always do when we study women in entrepreneurship. And I wish to study women in their own context, but still, I must say that I'm guilty of doing so. That I'm comparing men with women, and therefore I only say that, oh yes, we can see that women are a bit less involved in innovation, as Helen already indicated as well. But I would put it another way around. Women do have unused potential, and this is why we are here today to discuss about that. There are aspirations for growth, there are aspirations for using digital tools, and we already see that is something that is being done, and increasingly already in Western Europe, for example, we see that women are increasingly entering also innovation-driven sectors. As to high potential entrepreneurship, I continue very briefly about GEM studies still. Here we can see about when we talk about job creation or internationalization, yes, women do lag behind men, but when we look at the last row, innovation, they are more like almost in par. So we can claim and we can say that there is not so much differences about in terms of innovation between men and women. But when we look at it this way, and there are some highlights I wanted to say, we can always find the differences. And of course, as I said, we need to look at it in their own context. You can imagine that in terms of digitalization, that the picture is quite different whether you look low-income countries, middle-income countries, or high-income countries. But from when you look at it from the helicopter perspective and don't really want to focus on those differences, I would dare to say that these rates in terms of use of digital tools is actually quite similar across women and men, and actually sometimes women even perform better, which is also something to remember. Okay, but then going to closer to Finland, where I come from, there was a study which actually was done based on US and Finnish data by economists, and they found this what they called innovator consumer homophily, which means that, which affects in direction of innovation. And it means that innovators tend to create products which are to be purchased by consumers like themselves in terms of gender, socioeconomic status, and age. And this especially social push affects the direction of innovation independent of financial incentives. So as we know that most innovators are men with mainly good socioeconomic background, and they tend to innovate to the guys like themselves. So the role of women as an innovator and as a user of innovations remains modest. So it's not only about innovating, but also using those innovations. So indeed, it has its implications, and most importantly, all best competencies are not in use in innovation, used in innovation activity. It has its implications to company performance and competitiveness, and also naturally to economic equality between men and women, something that we have touched upon today as well. This difference, they counted, creates 18.2% difference in cost of living between men and women, which is almost as large as the gender gap pay in our country, which is actually 16. The fact that innovations focus on male-dominated consumer markets actually doubles the economic inequality among men and women. I give you an example, or actually they gave an example. If a woman, even only one woman, has been part of the team which creates applications for smartphones, they found that it has about 20% more women users in comparison if the applications were developed only by men. So this is quite something. And of course, the implication is also in terms of economic growth. They counted, they found that there is a difference about 2 up to 3.4% per year in GDP if this gap, to put it that way, were smaller. Then another aspect we look at, which can be highlighted when we look at innovation fund applications in Finland. We have an innovation agency called Business Finland, and this data comes from them. They have about 50,000 customers or applications which they've registered, and this study, or these figures are from year 16 to 22. And they if you look at during the time, about 80% of all innovation applications are submitted by men, and there seems to be it's quite stable across the years. The acceptance rates between women and men are about the same, so the quality, I might say, would be the same. Women, however, applied more minor instruments and less for larger scale instruments. By minor instruments, I mean like innovation vouchers, and larger instruments, really R&D money. All sectors were male-dominated. Only in healthcare sector, the share of women applicants were 45, and women applicants were most common in innovation projects related to education. Here are some examples of Finnish female innovators who have used digitalizations. And I don't know these guys. Well, basically I know, but not personally, somewhat the companies, but this is just to portray the figure, portray what does it look like. Here you can see the industries, AI-driven pharmaceutical automation, urban planning through data analysis, technology-enabled elderly care, and deep tech VC with gender diverse portfolio. And as you can see, there was reason for me picking up the photos. They are all quite young. And as a portrait of a women digital entrepreneur, of course, highly education is one issue. They seem to be highly educated in business, humanities, and social sciences, increasingly also in STEM fields, though still this is quite unrepresented. They predominantly come from certain sectors, which are also sectors which are more for women, so to say. We know that the labor markets are quite gendered, and this is also seen over here. They use digital tools like social media for customer engagement, e-commerce platforms, fintech solutions for payments, so forth. And as I already started with, they do have aspirations, and they do want to make an impact. And oftentimes the impact can be quite community driven, quite local. They may aspire digitally and go global, but still they have their roots. They have their local roots. Why then it matters that women do innovate? This innovator-consumer homophily is one important issue why it matters. Women-led diverse teams produce more inclusive and effective innovations, and they also produce them to the whole of the society. Not that much for those not in the sense that when talking about these current innovators. Digitalization is not only a tool, it is an opportunity, and it is really a transformative force for women to access global markets, to solve societal challenges and make social impact, and also to build more ethical and sustainable inclusive businesses. What does then this implies for policy? I think much of it was already said actually by Helen. One goes back to innovation. What is it that we consider as an innovation? Is it a technological innovation, or perhaps a more broader definition and understanding of innovation is science, innovation, and entrepreneurship policies is needed. Today, we've talked a lot about encouragement, how to encourage women, and here how to encourage women to enter into masculine pursuit fields as innovators and entrepreneurs by providing them role models, mentoring, and networks. We also, in the morning, we talked about this gender disaggregated data, which is highly important here. When I told you about the Business Finland applications, we know that there were women involved also in those teams, but they are not registered because only the main applicant is registered, and that happened to be in 80% of the cases happened to be male. Of course, then national strategies for women in technology and innovation demonstrate how governments want to think about the role of women in innovation. Then as to digitalization, it's also a matter of infrastructure and its affordable access. And this is something to be provided. And as discussed today several times, it's also a question about targeted support for growth-oriented women entrepreneurs, which in terms of digitalization means inclusive digital literacy programs, access to digital skills training, innovation hubs, and also inclusive financing mechanisms, something that has also been referred to earlier in this morning. Finally, understanding women as innovators and innovations, including also social innovations, we give better possibilities for I believe, for our women entrepreneurs to perform and bring us towards more inclusive, resilient, innovative, and sustainable economies. Merci beaucoup. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup à vous aussi. So now we really go on to the panel, unless anybody's got a urgent sort of comment or question. We could have one or two. Otherwise, I think we'll move on to the panel. We do have quite a lot of people on the panel. And if there's time, we'll get to involve everybody at the end of the panel. So we'll do the panel, and we've got Rico and Ayman to moderate and bring everybody in.
Yeah, good afternoon, bon après-midi, for, let's say, this panel with a great group of experts, entrepreneurs, let's say, to discuss about, I can say, one of the most critical questions, you know, how we can support, let's say, women entrepreneurs in the digital transformation. You know, what is the best way to do it? And we will not do it by recommendation, we'll do it by sharing insights, you know, of different, let's say, journeys in relation from companies, from entrepreneurs, from even, let's say, non-profit organizations. And the goal is really that we can see at the end, you know, how we can foster collaboration and inspiration on the topic, even after the session is quite clear. And even, let's say, to reflect on a long time perspective, for you personal, what could be one or two really action, what I could undertake, you as a person, you know, or with you as an organization. I think it's really a pleasure to have you all here. You have really a great panel. I'd like to present you first, Wingy Singh. Here, you know, is leading as a global program director from Cartier Women Initiative. And it's really a great program to support women entrepreneurs. We have Annie Roy. Annie is here, you know, as Associate Vice President of Transition Service and WPO. We have Claire Charvat, Head of Public Policy at Amazon, just here. Thank you for being here. Great. Then we have Floor Lestrade. Floor, she's just here. Great. Co-founder and CEO of Wheaton. Oh, I hope I spelled it right, you know. Is an entrepreneur who has built her own venture and has firsthand the challenge and opportunities in the digital space. I think that's really an interesting, we can say, let's say, interface. Then we have Zoe Tournant. Zoe is here. What I have to mention both, even she's co-founder of Finguin, and it's right, more or less. Both are former students from HEC Paris. Let's say to see, you know, what can really a university can do to foster entrepreneurial behavior in the digital part of the students. Then we have Sina Kyriakos, co-founder and dean of the International Executive School, ES Education, just here. And then we have Kele Buakomo, founder and CEO of UGROW, even inside of WPO organization. Thank you to be here. Great. Good. And that you have to present, Mr.
Oh, okay. And then last, but sorry. Okay, so last is our colleague from Poland, Alina Landowski from Kominski University and co-founder of EPUI as well. So she's here as well. So we have a powerful session and we want to incentivize you all because this is going to be such a great session that after that, we're going to take a family photo right outside with a coffee break so we can commemorate the session. And if you stay till the end of the day, we have a reception, champagne and food reception here because we're in France. So France and champagne go hand in hand. So we have that. So we urge you to stay till the end of the day and to network and meet. So, but now we have to do some work, right? So I leave it to start with, and Annie, we're going to start with you with Cartier, and the floor is yours if you press the red button, and we look forward to your.
Great. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for having me here. My name is Winji Sin. I'm the Global Program Director for the Cartier Women Initiative. We are a woman impact entrepreneurship program that is fully funded by Maison Cartier. We have been in existence since the year 2006. And so next year we celebrate our 20th anniversary, which we are very excited about. Throughout the past 20 years of supporting women impact entrepreneurs, we have learned many lessons. And I would say in the first years of the initiative, we were really more of an awards-based program, providing recognition to women starting impactful businesses that are supporting social or environmental change. And in the last 10 years, we've really had the pleasure of evolving the awards into a full-blown program that includes fellowship, community, and also insights. Many of the topics that we all spoke about today here around the importance of network, the importance of human capital support, and also the importance of data. This is our inside vertical work. So for us, I would say the few key things that I wanted to share about our program that we have learned that is especially relevant around innovation, digitalization, and also specifically the role of a corporate in supporting this work is that for us, in the past 5 years, we have added two key things to our program that I feel is especially relevant to what we were talking about today. So as we were sharing about what are actions that we can each take. One is we used to be only regional categories. And so different areas of our program were receiving applications from different geographies of the world, incredible women impact entrepreneurs. But what we realized is that more and more women deep tech entrepreneurs were leveraging business to create a business opportunity around leveraging this deep tech to create especially environmental and social change. And so we created a deep tech category, and now our deep tech category is actually our highest number of application across all of our application pool. And so this is a really important finding for us because for us, you know, so often we say like, oh, there's like missing women in the deep tech, but yet every year we see 300, 400 applications based on our very narrow eligibility criteria. So we know there are many incredible women deep tech entrepreneurs out there that are leveraging innovation and technology to create incredible change. And then of course, across our regional categories, majority of the entrepreneurs are leveraging some sort of digitalization to deliver on the healthcare or education SDG goals that they're looking to change. The second change that we have made in the last few years that was especially impactful to our program that is unique specifically for women is that we created a parental stipend. And so what we find is that, you know, many of the women entrepreneurs, you know, they have their entrepreneur's job, they have, you know, we want them to participate in our fellowship because we're providing them all of the support around human capital. And yet, to do that, they need support around care at home. And so we provided a small stipend to support them in terms of if they had young children when they were participating in our program. And it's interesting how this small gesture, very small actually on a monetary basis, made such a big difference in how they feel like they're being seen as an entrepreneur and as a woman. And so for us, these two are, I would say, big changes that we made. Well, I would say small changes that we made that had big impact to our work. And really, I think from Cartier, we're so grateful to have the chance to support women impact entrepreneurs, really leveraging business as an important force for good. We have separate philanthropic initiative within Cartier that is on a nonprofit, et cetera basis. But via Cartier Women Initiative, we have the privilege of really supporting businesses that are creating social and environmental change. And we really believe that this is a really important force for good to reach the goals that we want to reach.
Thank you, Annie. ICSB has been following your work, Cartier's work, and I think you're on the cutting edge of utilizing awards for social good, not just recognition, but for social good and sending out a message. So we're very impressed. We're quite impressed with it, and we're very delighted that you're here with us at the table to share your experiences with everybody here. And I'm going to ask Rico to present the next.
Yes, the next one will be Claire.
Thank you very much. And thank you for having me here today. I'm really delighted to be part of this very important conversation. I work for Amazon, and unlike what's written on the sign, I'm based here in Paris. At Amazon, we work with hundreds of thousands of entrepreneurs in Europe, SMEs, who sell their products on our website. And today, 6 in 10 products sold on Amazon.com, they are sold by SMEs who leverage our marketplace to reach more customers, reach new markets, grow their businesses. So with that in mind, it's always been really important for us to see what can we do to support these entrepreneurs. So we read with a lot of interest the Draghi report, which I'm sure many of you have also read in this room. It calls for a need to close the innovation gap to support entrepreneurship, unlock investments, and invest in skills and improve productivity. So, you know, we've been thinking, what is the impact of closing the gender gap in entrepreneurship on these metrics? And it's really a dimension that has been a bit overlooked by this report, which is absolutely great. But this dimension hasn't really been looked at. So we commissioned the report to Frontier Economics to look into this in a bit more details. And I wanted to share with you some of the findings from this work. So the report from Frontier Economics looks at 13 European countries where women are consistently less likely than men to establish firms, grow businesses, with a gender gap ranging from 21% in Austria, in Ireland, up to 88% in Denmark. Yes, it's a bit crazy. But the numbers are pretty clear. So what we saw is that by removing the barriers for women entrepreneurs, it's not just a question of inclusion, it's really a question of improving our productivity, improving our competitiveness as a continent, as a region. So achieving gender parity could raise Europe's total factor productivity by up to 5.5%. And that represents up to a third of the EU-US productivity gap, which is something that was really highlighted in this Draghi report. So it's significant, actually, 1/3 of the US-EU productivity gap, just by looking at women entrepreneurs. That would also generate up to 250 billion euros in additional economic value by 2040. So again, sharing some of these important numbers that were revealed by this report. We surveyed around 600 entrepreneurs, both men and women in 6 different European countries. And again, the results were pretty interesting. We surveyed them to understand what were the main barriers that they were facing when it comes to growing their businesses. We found that 37% of women founders, they were struggling to reach investors. Okay, that's not a surprise. Venture capital, same proportion, were facing challenges when it comes to dealing with administrative or regulatory burdens. That was actually quite interesting and maybe a bit surprising. In France, since we're in Paris, just sharing a couple of figures, 47% of female founded businesses, they reported complexity of administrative or registration procedures as a significant barrier. 49% reported uncertainty around tax rules and obligations as a significant barrier. And that's a lot more than for male-led businesses. So from Amazon, we know that digitalization can make a real difference. We see that every day. We know how technology can be a really powerful tool to bridge the opportunity gap. So one thing that also really struck us was that female-founded businesses were 25% more likely to report limited awareness, limited understanding on how to sell online, how to use online marketplaces. They were facing difficulties in managing websites, basically. And we know that when you work online, these tools can really help you to address some of the more traditional barriers. So that was really a key learning from us. It's a message that, you know, there is work for all of us to do in this area for sure. So we've been working in different countries on how we could bridge this barrier. So in Sweden, for example, we support female entrepreneurs through an initiative called FemInvest. So we work very closely with a hub of female entrepreneurs. We provide support to help them build their businesses and grow their businesses online. In France, similarly, we have different types of partnerships. We work with an organization called Sista. We launched Sista AI earlier this year. So in 2025, we're supporting 20 startups founded by women, startups in AI, which again, as you said, there are many very talented female entrepreneurs in this area. So we're supporting them. We're providing technical resources, technical expertise, access to cloud services, support from AI experts from Amazon, but also support, and it's over a 6 months period, meetings with investors, etc. So these are just some of the initiatives that we are working on. There's a lot more that we can all do collectively, but again, I think for us, the key message from this report was, you know, if we can close this gender gap in entrepreneurship, it can really help to boost the productivity and competitiveness of Europe, which is something that I think we really need. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Claire, for, let's say, this kind of initiative, what you're doing. And I was really impressed when I saw your facts and figures, what you're doing in Austria. You know, how Amazon support micro companies, let's say to sell online, and what have been the impact. I think that is really, so even we need even digitalization in an easy way. I think it's that we can access to is really easy to get. I think in the future it will be more and more important. Thank you.
Great. ICSB was a partner with Amazon in Austria, where Rico went, and your report caught us by surprise as well. So we were quite impressed with this, and we said this is something that we need to continue working on. Next, we'll now go through the list here. We'll go with Annie Roy to give us her comments. Annie, the floor is yours.
Thank you to inviting me here. I'm from Quebec, the Quebec City, in the province of Quebec. So what I will talk to you today is my experience over there. I started a business in the IT services, consulting services, and cybersecurity. When I started 10 years ago with my partner, we went through the traditional model to think your business, and today we want to scale, and it's always the same thing as all stakeholders are asking us. And I find the same thing from my clients. And the businesswoman entrepreneurs coming to our company to help them with IT tools or how to scale their digital implementation or digital transformation. I think it should be at the beginning with when they're starting to think their business. That's the place where usually they're gonna ask them to have their business case, business structure, sales, marketing, process, operation, but they never ask them what is about your technology that's going to be in your business. What are you going to, and it's not just AI, it's not just ChatGPT, there's many tools that can be more effective and efficient in their business, but they don't have the knowledge. So I think all the private or financial partner should ask them to think about it, and if they don't know it, well, they should send them to do training, to learn, to get that at the start, at the beginning of their business. So I'm sorry, I'm a little bit nervous. So it will be possible to quickly detect all entrepreneurs who don't have the skills in the IT, and that's it. So not to force them, but to require, you have to do this and this and this. It should be at the beginning. So that's it. Thank you. Yes. Thank you.
Okay, I should just click here. Great. Okay. Thank you very much for having me here. I think it's always a great topic to discuss, even if as a young founder, I don't have always the answer, and I'm not sure. I'm at the beginning of my journey. And so what I want to share here is just maybe empiric experiences as a founder, also as a person in my own company, how being a woman is shaping the way I am building my company, I am managing my people. So I just want to start with a few experience, I would say. So I created my company a bit more than 2 years ago with my two co-founders, Christian and Tristan. So we basically created Viton at the end of our studies. So we didn't wait to be fully graduated before launching our venture. To do so, I think as a female founder, I've encountered three things that is quite interesting, I think. First of all, it's always a hard topic when you say, okay, why there aren't so many women in the entrepreneurship, and especially in the tech space, because Viton is a deep tech startup. We built like specialized AI models to help fashion brands to generate their photo shoot in e-commerce. So we spent our first year building specialized models, training our own data set. So I would say that our core DNA is tech and deep tech. And of course, when you want to recruit, it's more difficult because indeed there's like less female profile applying to your company. But that being said, I think that one of the first things I always try to implement is about recruitment. For example, again, in my ecosystem, I've seen some people that like entrepreneurs building ventures with only male people because probably it's tech, probably it's difficult to recruit. But if you are still only male, only men in the team, it's I think it's a wrong signal. I think I have already friends that when they see there's like only very few women in the company, they don't want to apply. And I think it's a very strong signal. And that's why, of course, as being a CEO, it's the first good signal. But after that, now I'm proud to say that 1/3 of the team is female, and it's not in HR. It's not only in marketing, it's also AI, it's also in development, in software development. So this was one of the first building blocks I really tried to work on. Also, the second one is about moral. Okay, I'm here as a woman. What brought me to entrepreneurship? I don't have the answer, and I'm not sure if it's connected to the fact that I'm a woman, but I think having model, having a woman saying, okay, you can actually build a unicorn in less than 5 years, you can go to the United States, you can do that, you can actually talk to that kind of person, don't be afraid. It's always motivating, and that's why I really I try to participate to those conference events, because it's important to have those female voice, not because they're women, but just because they're doing a great job. And so it's important to have this space. So I'm thankful for that. And so, for example, I have just a few models for me, female founder unicorn, but there's some, and of course, I really wish that we have more, and I'm sure it will. And so the last thing, I think, in terms of what I personally experimented, is when you're a woman and you're the only woman in the room, when you have to do networking, it's just natural, but actually men talk to men and women talk to women. And so I think when you know that, it's important to go beyond that first reflex and go say, okay, I actually need to talk to everybody in the room, male, men, women. It's very important. Even if I'm shy, even if I don't feel comfortable. Actually, we are all human here, right? So it's important to go beyond that. And I think if you're not aware of that, you might spend maybe a part of the event, the networking session, talking to the wrong people. And so I really encourage to see and think that sometimes our first reflex is to speak to the same group of people, but actually, and especially for women, because when you're in a room and when there's a lot of CEO, they are likely to be men. So it's important to say, okay, yeah, of course, I'm legitimate. I need and I can actually simply go through them. So it's very empiric. It's not. I don't have any statistic on this. It's just the way I am building and shaping my own journey. So having female in my company, also in the way I recruit people, I really care and I really pay attention the way I asking questions to really make the people in front of me comfortable, attracting women, and also personally as a woman, as a person, I always tend to go outside and take risk and and also speaking loud for others.
Thank you, Floor. Great reflection. And typically, let's say, mentioning the role of, let's say, female founders inside a company. I think quite interesting. And by the way, my mom would be proud about you and your journey. She was a fashion entrepreneur. That was always a challenge how to present, you know, let's say, the models. The next, even let's say, young entrepreneur, let's say, Zoe. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much for having me. My name is Zoe Tournon and I'm the co-founder of Fringant. So we're a French company using artificial intelligence to help fashion brands reduce e-commerce returns. Fashion brands like Mage and Vanessa Bruno, for example, through smarter size recommendation solutions. And over the past 3 years now, I've been exposed firsthand to what's possible with the digital transformation and also the remaining obstacles that still hold back many women. So I wanted to talk first about a few positive points. First of all, I think that technology has really democratized entrepreneurship. That's the very first positive point. Today, it's possible to launch a product within a few months at minimal cost. At Fringant, for example, we've built our first product only in 6 months using open source tools and open source models. And I think that with the rise of generative AI, this is even more true. You can iterate faster than ever. And that's a positive point because it lowers the economic and technical barriers that sometimes can hold back many women and many entrepreneurs. The second positive point is that in France, things are moving. We see many more events that are dedicated to women. There are some programs, some media exposure, and I think that's very important because it really inspires and creates visibility. But it's only a start. So to talk about the gap that still needs to be bridged, today stereotypes remain very strong. We've talked a bit before about funding, but it's true that only 2% of funding goes to women-only startups, and less than 10% goes to mixed teams. And in my case, it's actually my male co-founder who've led our fundraising, and also because we knew that this would somehow reassure some investors. So I think that's really the issue because it discourages women from starting, it reduces visible role models, and also it reinforces those outdated perceptions, which then brings me to my second point towards this, that for me, the real root of the problem is that technical careers, and we've talked about this as well before, still fail to attract women. And even intimidate them. I think that when you look at an engineering school or a tech startup where you have 70–90% male, it's also very hard to picture yourself there and to even feel expected at some point. And then this lack of representation echoes into entrepreneurship. And it's true, like running a tech company today really means often means working in a very male-dominated environment. And in my own company, the tech team is almost entirely male, and really not by choice, but because qualified female candidates are very rare, even when you serve an industry like fashion, and we've really struggled to attract female. So I think, yeah, until we make those technical roles more attractive and also more valued for women, we'll keep reproducing the same imbalance in tech and beyond. And so I think there's 3 points that I've touched upon that can really be levers to improve this. The first one is visibility, so to highlight all the female engineer, the data scientists, the AI founders, because I really also think that role models spark ambition. The second point is access, to really open access to digital skills through early education, of course, but also lifelong learning and reskilling. That's very important. And those are real entry points into tech. And finally, funding to change how capital flows and bring more transparency on this gender imbalance in funding. And I think that's the way we can succeed, only if the ecosystem becomes more inclusive itself.
Thank you, Zoe, and great, that we have this insight from different perspectives. Thank you. Next speaker, we go more on the education side. I'd like to give the floor to Zina Kyriakos.
Isios, c'est Kyriakou. Kyriakos is for the male in Greece. Kyriakou is for the woman in terms of family. First of all, thank you so much, and I'm honored to be here today with such a distinguished panelists and participants. My name is Zinaida Kyriakou. I'm the Dean of the International Executive School, an entrepreneur, but also a professor. When we talk about removing barriers to women entrepreneurship, we often focus on access to capital, network, or markets. All of these matters, but there is one barrier that has become both the greatest obstacle and the greatest opportunity of our time: unequal access to digital capability. I have the privilege of working with women entrepreneurs from Myanmar to Kazakhstan, from Cameroon to Nepal. What we have learned in this, digital tools don't automatically empower. A woman in Yangon with a brilliant idea doesn't need another application. She needs trusted connection to markets, mentors who understand her context, and the digital literacy to turn technology into actual revenue. That's the tension we must solve. How do we ensure that digital transformation becomes an equalizer rather than another source of exclusion? From my work across continent, I see there is area where policy can make the difference between digital access and digital empowerment. First, digital literacy must translate into business outcomes. Too many trainings programs teach how to use tools without explaining why and to what business end. We need programs co-designed with entrepreneurs at the table, ensuring that the training in e-commerce, data analytics, or even AI directly support their market entry and growth. Second, we must build inclusive digital ecosystem. Women rise not just when they have skills, but when they have ecosystem that they believe in them. Government and financial institutions must create digital marketplaces and financing platforms that are accessible and transparent. The private sector must move beyond corporate social responsibility to genuinely integrate women-led startups into global value chain. Third, we must remove regulatory friction. Many women entrepreneurs still face invisible barriers: cross-border payment restriction, data compliance burden that disadvantage small firms. We need streamlined, harmonized regulation that enables secure yet simple participation in digital commerce. International cooperation, particularly between Europe, Africa, and Asia, can accelerate this progress. I've learned what truly works is co-creation, bringing together academia, policymakers, and business to pilot solutions and share what works across border. My hope for today's discussion is simple. Let's move beyond designing policies abstractly for women and instead commit to building them concretely with women around their real entrepreneurial journey, their real challenges, and their real aspiration. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Zina, for your remarks here. Next, we'll go with Kelly Bugamo, founder and CEO of UGrow.
Thank you very much and good afternoon to everybody. I'm Kelly Bugamo from South Africa and the co-founder of a business called UGrow, which is really interested in understanding how we can support women to drive growth in their careers as well as women entrepreneurs. So I'm here to reflect on the opportunities and the challenges of organizing or digital businesses that are founded by women. And I think it goes without saying that we really are existing in a very exciting time as it relates to technology and what it allows us to do and to build. And for women, especially when you look at AI, e-commerce, the ability to work from home, it's really lowered the barriers for us to contribute and to build businesses, which is really exciting. And to scale these businesses globally. From a UGrow perspective, we were quite excited about in the first 3 years of our business, being able to support women in Brazil, Kazakhstan, Turkey, Poland, and Egypt, all the way from the deep down of South Africa. So technology allowed us to do that. And I think it brings that opportunity for us to build really incredible businesses. But I think also what's remarkable when you look at women, we tend to build businesses that are very human-centered, that are grounded in empathy, that are grounded in impact and real contribution. And so leveraging technology to really enhance and create ventures that really solve human problems and of course, also solve market problems is quite important. So really around how we amplify empathy at scale and pair innovation with heart, I think is what really differentiates us as women, as how we think about using technology. But as women also step deeper into this digital age, our challenge is to keep innovation, is to keep humanity in the innovation and help technology, use technology to expand that empathy, not erase it. As you live with the challenge around how is AI going to really be raising, depending on where you sit on the side of the coin, around how do we continue to make sure that technology is representative of our voices and solving for the things that we really care about. So that's the opportunity, goes without saying, but I think the challenge really remains in this. I'd say that the digital fluency, and it was talked about by some of the panel members, really around the confidence for women to build technology, the confidence for women to believe that they can really contribute. So the UN reports that women are 25% less likely than men to feel that they have sufficient digital skills. The UNICEF data as well shows that for every 100 young men with digital skills, only around 65 young women have the same capability. So at times the barrier isn't really ability, but it's really that confidence. And it's not just about using tech, it's about feeling empowered to create with it. And that's really the opportunity for women around just digital fluency. I believe that digital fluency is the new currency for entrepreneurship in the digital world, and confidence determines who gets to spend it. Even when women push past this digital confidence gap, they face another challenge, which is around turning the vision into reality. And Zoe touched on a bit on it around, globally, 25% of developers are women. So when a woman entrepreneur has this deeply human idea that they want to bring about, she often has to hand it over to a world that doesn't really understand what her lens is and what she's trying to build. And that's where you often lose time, lose resources and nuance. And this Hada talked about in the translation of the product into an actual market product. So we need more women building technologies that shape the world, coding, designing, and leading, so that digital solutions carry the same intention and empathy with which they were conceived too. So if I was to distill it, the greatest opportunity for women entrepreneurs is that digital tools have democratized creation. But the greatest challenge is that too often women don't feel confident enough to claim that space. And the digital divide today isn't just about access, it's about the creative power and having a voice to be part of building the technology. I think in my team as well, we have 25% representation of developers and the rest are male. Because when women are part of building technology, not just using it, we design a future that reflects empathy, equity, and intelligence, and not just efficiency. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kelly. You add a very important element, which is the human-centered part of using AI, not just the training of AI, but the creation or the development. I think the other entrepreneurs mentioned here that they need coders, not just because they need coders, they need them because they bring in a different perspective. So you spot on and exceptional here. And I also really like the name of your company. So just last but not least, Dr. Alina Landowski from Kominski University and
Thank you very much for having me here. It's really an honor to be together with you. So I'm having the pleasure to represent Poland, and you might know that Poland is, according to the latest IMF reports, becoming one of the 20 largest economies in the world. So the question is if we are so innovative. So the answer is no. We never been, but so what's behind our success? So the thing is entrepreneurship. Polish entrepreneurs are known for their creativity, entrepreneurial driver, and the determination of finding solutions. And this is the key success of Polish economy, as I would say, especially now in the digital shift. And you've been talking a lot about that already. So I will also reflect on that. Let me show you some macro context, and then I will also share with some my personal experience. We know that for this moment, probably everybody is talking about the AI, and we know that AI is like transforming our work. And according to different reports, again, AI could affect the 40 of jobs globally, and mostly in advanced economies. Why? Because this happens that AI is actually replacing the high skills job, not the routine task, not only organizing our time, but mostly challenging our high skills jobs. So this is not just about the replacing the job, but actually it's also about changing how the work is organized. And this is very important. And it was already said by you. And also because of the way it is shifting our way of thinking of business. And now I'm having this professor experience from the Koźmiński University, where we are running also a Koźmiński Business Hub and having a lot of different accelerating programs for women as well. And I can tell you that it's surprising that only one startup per 10 is run by women. So this is quite interesting that still we have such a big gap. And but on the other hand, I'm having also good statistics which show that, for instance, in the last year, over 80% of the new businesses created in Poland were set up by women. So that is fantastic information. So hopefully the trend will grow. I'm coming back to AI because, and this is the second part of my story, because I'm researching AI, and I used to do that for the last 5 years. And recently, my research project turned into business. So we come up with my team. And these are actually 3 women and 1 man, so that's a very optimistic team. And during our research, we discovered a lot of biases in large language models. So we come up with the conclusion that we can certify the language models, and we do. And we became one of the top innovators in Poland, because our startup is a deep tech, which is actually identifying the biases, especially moral bias, which different algorithmic solutions are using, like you may know Claude or ChatGPT or Cohere or whatever else. And we simply certify them and give them the moral passport. So we indicate how many problems, how many different mistakes they do. And they do a lot of them, and we already discussed that for instance, they are very much using a lot of stereotypes, like differentiating if the business is women or a man-led, right? So this is a very simple example of how this startup is going to operate, and also try to diminish this kind of stereotypes in this large language models. So from my perspective, AI is of course the best, I think, the digital tool that might democratize business. That is one thing. But on the other side, we need to remember that AI it's not only an operational solution to leverage the business, but it must be embedding in the strategy of the business. And actually, these two businesses, actually all three of them that you mentioned and presented, and I was looking at them yesterday, so I was so surprised that all of them are exactly using AI in such a way that it's a part of your strategy. So this is the core business. And this is exactly what is happening. It's customization of AI. And this is what we need. And now the question is, if we can do that, we can manage, and how to manage. So the problem is that we do not have this digital literacy, and we need to upscale the competencies that we already have. And this is super challenging, especially when we talk about women, because we have a lot of gaps, and it was already presented during the previous session that we need to address these gaps. So, for instance, just like an example, I can tell you that for Anthropic, OpenAI, and Cohere are now hiring forward deployed engineers, and these forward deployed engineers are actually AI specialists who work directly with business to customize their models. So this is exactly the trend. And now the question is, again, because we already know that most of engineers are men, so who's going to succeed? Of course, men. So I think we need to address this specific thing and promote the digital literacy among women and encourage them to use the AI models in their businesses and even find out new ventures. So that's actually my final conclusion. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And I like the idea of certifying the AI languages for gender biases. And so what we're going to do is we want to open it up to the floor. If anybody has a question, we have excellent speakers here, big businesses that we talked about that should be at the table, where they're here at the table with us right here. So we're going to open up if anybody has a question for them. Again, first penguin model, who wants to go first? And I don't see anyone, so let me ask just to make sure that I get it. I'm going to ask a hard question here, and I'm going to start with Amazon because they're the big business here, and then I'm going to go this. And just the session before that, we talked about what's the next trend for next year, what's coming next, not what is being challenged now. And I know I'm putting you on the spot here, but you can say faster delivery. But what would you think is the next trend if you see in terms of Amazon with women entrepreneurs or gender entrepreneurs? What do you think is coming next? What's the next big thing? And then for everybody else as a speaker, you're on the hook to answer this. Any reactions real quick? Next trend.
I did not prepare for this question and I don't have I cannot read the future, so it's going to be really, really hard for me to tell you what's next. Probably we don't know what is next. I think that's probably true for us and true for many. We're discovering every day all the opportunities that AI brings, both in terms of helping us to do our job better, more efficiently. And I think what's been really striking for me is to see just how quickly AI is transforming the way every single job that I see around me is being performed super quickly. That's what we know. What we don't know is all the, the new opportunities that this will unlock. And that's absolutely massive.
I think that's the best answer. The speed is just nobody really knows. And it's just coming so fast to us. But one thing's for sure, there's opportunities coming.
Sure, Wenji. I think perhaps not so AI related, but I think a big trend for us around women impact entrepreneurs or women entrepreneurs in general is the upcoming wealth transfer that is going to women. And we know that women as investor cares more around social and environmental issue. And as a result, I think while at the moment we all have resonated the fact that, financing for women entrepreneurs is challenging. I think in the next generation of wealth transfer, the opportunities around the world could be quite different.
What do you see as the next trend?
AI is managing all the data. I think in the future it will be the quantum technology that is coming. That will manage, who will be the fastest to manage those data after that. I don't know how it's going to be, but that's really in the future, a long time ago.
Quantum is coming, and the speed of who's going to use it. Floor.
Of course, I'm going to speak for my business, but I think next year is going to be the year of scaling more complex usage of AI. And by this, I mean, we already know, we saw how fast everybody is using ChatGPT. Of course, okay, it's great. And we even see here in France, administration adopting Mistral AI, for example. So it's great news, but it's still for quite simple task. And I think, and of course, I'm speaking for my business, my business is about generating complex and high quality premium fashion images. It's basically being able to do what already takes maybe 10, 15 people in one room. It's being able to do it in just a few clicks. And to go back to what you were previously saying, I think what's important is presenting this access to complex AI into a very intuitive platform. And I'm deeply convinced about this because when I speak to customers, I can see that it's really, really important to be able to onboard everybody, especially if you want to be able to reach and to have a software that is widely used, widely spread within a company. And here it's the fashion industry. It's really important to think how the users will be using our software. And so for us, next year will be definitely the year where we scale the usage of our platform.
Great, scale. Then we have Zoe.
I think one of the next trends will be solopreneurs. Again, with the rise of generative AI tools, it's much simpler to build a business, even a tech business, without tech skills. And I don't know who said this, but that we're gonna see the first solopreneur unicorn emerge in the next couple of years. That might be true. But yeah, in general, I think the fact that we have all these tools makes entrepreneurship much more merit-based. And that's a very interesting trend, in my opinion.
Zoe, my bet is you're going to be the first solo unicorn here based on your presentation. Exceptionally well done. So please give me some stock when you're a multi-billionaire. Let's go next with Zina.
Next year, I want to work on a research paper, how AI can contribute into education, and not as seen as, because a lot of discussion nowadays that, especially for students, that AI is going to, remove jobs and so on. So no, AI can contribute to have maybe better research, maybe, so that's why maybe case studies. So I want to do research on that for next year.
So AI and education, and I go with our colleague, Kelly.
So you heard earlier on from Elizabeth Marino saying that she was interested in building something that she wishes existed. And I think what we'll see as a trend going forward with the lowered barriers to entry with technology is this, I think, accelerated human-centered innovations coming from women, because we really care about solving problems in society.
Yes, I agree with Kelly that it must be the human-centered AI because we need to be more protected against algorithms which are developing so fast, and that's probably the most important trend which we already observed, that we are on the one hand adopting AI in many different systems, and the systems will be connected together. So this is a natural step. So it means that we also need to protect humans and try to design the systems in such a way that they are safe for us.
More protections. I see our colleague Claire from Amazon.
Thank you. Having thought about it a bit more, there's one point I wanted to add. I think thinking about the trends and what's coming, I see a race to the development of the infrastructure that will support all this innovation, all this AI, new company, new solutions that we've been talking about. And I'm thinking in particular, when I see infrastructure, it's really hardware, technology. I'm thinking about the data centers, all the innovations we're seeing around data centers. I think that's going to be absolutely key in the next few years. Access to connectivity as well. And again, just reflecting on our experience at Amazon, we're investing more than $10 billion into a constellation of satellites to provide broadband connectivity all over the world. And I think these are really the building blocks of AI that we're talking about now. And this is going to be, I think, for me, a next massive trend. And we'll see, I think we're going to see a lot of investments in these areas as well.
Thank you. Jonathan, you had a question that you wanted to ask?
Yeah, I wanted to take us back to Jana's talk at the beginning. I wondered whether the women gap in innovation is a stereotype or a reality, because you seem to put up some numbers that showed that there wasn't a big difference. But then the second part of your talk was saying we need more women innovators. How do you see it?
We do need more women innovators. and most importantly, we need to understand innovation in a way that gives room for women innovators. So remoting ourselves of thinking that only technological innovations are innovations. So social innovations included. But yes, about the gap, there are figures which clearly show the gap, and always we find differences when we look at those differences. But on the other hand, there are also figures where women do perform better than or male. And of course, as said, it depends on the context. It's always very context sensitive where we look it at. But when we look at it in an aggregate level, it seems to be so, as you also highlighted, Helen, that women stay behind men in that respect. As a typical social scientist would say, it depends.
I give it to the chair. Lucia.
Yeah, thanks. It was very fascinating. And I see there are other colleagues that want to take the floor. So I will be very brief. AI. We heard, I think, speed, the infrastructure. Still, when thinking about entrepreneurship, I have in mind some estimates that we are going to present in the next few days as part of the scoreboard on SME financing, that while venture capital is relatively stable, there was a peak after COVID, inevitably there is a lot of volatility, but we are not observing a boom in venture capital with respect to the past. More or less, the levels are the same. 50% of VC investments as of now in 2025 have gone into AI. Lots of focus. Are there risks? I'm asking in terms of entrepreneurial variety or resources that may be needed still to develop all the other areas that are normally in need of risk capital. So are we observing a concentration of resources being siphoned into AI? Certainly that's the moment to get this infrastructure investment, but are there risks for entrepreneurs?
The problem with Lucia, she's also a professor. So she's going to ask the question, but not answer. So maybe Canada has some insights on the question.
So I don't know if I have a lot of insights. It's an excellent question. I think the challenge with AI is we plunk it all together, but AI is just a tool that applies to many, many, many things. So we have to understand the end uses of AI more than just AI as a tool. And I think that's going to be the real trick, because we lump it all together, but there's many nuances of how it's applied, why it's applied. And we're going to have to move past the AI tag to how is it applied. And I think that's where we're going to really understand what kind of implication it is having on everyday life. For me, AI is almost like when we all moved to our computers. Yes. From paper. Was the computer itself the challenge? Not necessarily, but how it was used may have become the difficulty. And so it will be very interesting to reflect back maybe in 2-3 years when we have more disaggregated data on that end use to really understand the true implications. But I think we should put that on our agenda for the future.
Thank you. So we are at 3:30 exactly. So I think our colleagues from Canada said in 2-3 years, we need to come back and revisit this. So in order to do this, we're going to take a family photo. So, and we're going to capture it. So when we come back in 3 years, we all check with each other and say, what have we addressed? So Jonathan, how will the family photo work?
I'm not sure. How is it going to work? There's somebody there. We're going to follow Alex, and she'll probably make us do a big line on the stairs, maybe on the
So
stairs.
let's follow Alex. All right, 4 p.m. So I kindly ask you to take your seats, please. The next session, session 4, is a showcase on opportunity areas for digital entrepreneurship by women. And the moderators for this session is Rico Baldiger and Winslow Sargent. Rico?
Yes. Okay, next session, it's more or less in the same combination to the previous one. You know, in one hand, feedbacks from entrepreneurs, from experts on a topic. So it's really opportunities to give some inspiration and some insights on it. And we have, well, let's say, really an amazing group. We have Giovanni Zazzerini from the International Network for SMEs. Thank you for being here, Giovanni. Eloise Roset, where's Eloise? Ah, yes, here. Great to be here. Let's say a co-founder and CEO of Corma, an entrepreneur building solution in the digital space. Thank you. Aissata Diakité, founder of, hopefully it's right, Saban, and involved in UNCTAD. It's the same part. Then we have Christelle Sanon, founder and CEO of Triple Helix Strategies. And what is the name? Quampus founder. Yes, hopefully it's fine. Then we have, let's say, from academia, we have Cristina Rossi Lamastra, full professor at Politecnico. Thank you, Cristina, being here. With your dog, you know, that's great. Then we have Sonia Nastotsis, hopefully it's fine. This way, let's say, management, let's say, officer for E-Trade for Women and UNCTAD. And yeah, that's a great, amazing panel. Thank you. Okay, I'd like to give the floor to Winslow for the next part.
Well, thank you, Rico. It's such a pleasure and honor to be here. I'm so excited about this panel. You know, as we think about digital entrepreneurship, there's so much that can be said. And I wanted to share that, just to give some history, that from 1900 to 1970, we were focused on mass production. You know, it was the Henry Ford era. Everything was mass produced. We didn't look at the individual at all. From 1970 to 1990, that's when we started to bring in flexible specification and mass customization. In the 2000s, we looked at personal fabrication, and that's when the maker movement came in. That's when the 3D. So now we didn't all want to be the same. We wanted to be individual. From 2010 to 2020, from 2010 to 2020, that was the digital fabrication era and distribution. And when COVID happened, that was another stone where we moved away from the global mass-produced era to local and regional. And the reason why I give this background is that now, since we're in this AI era, there are three things that AI does not do well. One is critical thinking, two is creativity, and the third is empathy or pain, as has been outlined by our speakers. These three things fall right into the domain of those who are critical thinkers, those who understand pain and empathy, those who understand creativity. And you think about women entrepreneurs, those are the sweet spot in terms of the skill set. And so as we look at some of the opportunities going forward, it's not the mass produced, it's what can you bring to the table that can differentiate from others. And so that's why we're so excited to hear from you and hear some examples of what we should be thinking about for those who are part of the creative class as well. And so I'd like to turn the session over to Mr. Giovanni Zazzerini, as was outlined by Rico. He is the Secretary General of the International Network for SMEs, who brings a global perspective on small and medium enterprise development. Giovanni?
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation, and thank you for
having me here with ECSB, a strong partner of ISME. And I would like to share and to explore with you. It's difficult after many contributions, many insights shared during the day, but I would like to add something about some opportunities and challenges in the deep tech sector. Happy to heard before about entrepreneurs working in AI. I think that there is a lot of interest in deep tech because of the breakthrough that could bring into the market, and this is strictly related, obviously, to economic growth, and this is why all policymakers are looking at the deep tech sector. One way to support startups and to support startups in the deep tech is through incubators and accelerators. And we know that because the services and the resources and the connection they can provide in order to overcome the liability of newness and smallness of startups. However, the accelerators and incubators at European level in the deep tech sector are facing some challenges that are, let's say, lower the impact they might have in supporting startups. First and foremost, we have studied and surveyed 50 accelerators in the deep tech coming from 20 countries at European level. And we have noticed an uneven development of the deep tech ecosystem among European countries. There are startups coming and incubatees coming from countries with innovation leader or strong innovators with more opportunities compared to accelerators and incubators in emerging and moderate innovator countries. And this is a problem for startups because the opportunities they might have. And the project we were involved in, the acceleration project, tried to cope with such challenge, connecting those startups from less developed economies and ecosystem to opportunities in more advanced countries. On the other hand, we had startups from more innovative countries able to spot opportunities, identify talents, and also to build cost-effective solutions in moderate innovator countries. So it is a win-win dynamics that offered interesting opportunities for startups in the deep tech. The second challenge, together with this uneven development of the ecosystem within Europe, the second challenge that is strongly related to what we are discussing today is about women entrepreneurship. Because we noticed, and serving 50 accelerators, we noticed that the participation of women-led startups is very limited, and programs directed, targeting those entrepreneurs are very few, with a huge economic loss, as highlighted this morning by Lucia Cusmano, and quoting the Missing Entrepreneurs report. This problem is somehow exacerbated in the deep tech sector. Less than 10% of startups are founded by all women teams. And this is probably because, as also reported this morning, the presence in STEM courses and the competencies gained in these technological fields. The problem being, and this is what I would like to highlight, the problem being that so few accelerators have entrepreneurship programs. And there is a strong need to institutionalize supporting programs at different entrepreneurial stages, as Camille Barnes highlighted this morning, because during the different stages, the support needed is different. And we, within the project, being at European level, we also noticed that there is a policy debate on the way in which these women entrepreneurship programs should be promoted, with Scandinavian countries promoting an overall gender inclusion without having a specific program favoring women and female entrepreneurship, while countries in the Mediterranean area with more programs targeting women and female entrepreneurship. So this is a debate that I think it is important to discuss and to better understand. And final point, we also notice in this project, since this session is about result and project result and case studies, this project also allows us to highlight that together with social and economic benefits coming from women entrepreneurship, also the performances of accelerators improve in those accelerators involving and promoting women entrepreneurship, looking at the connection with the ecosystem and the funding opportunities offered to entrepreneurs. And this is reinforce the significance of such approach.
Thank you, Giovanni, for the data on these different topics. Really great. Now we have more, let's say, a little bit an insight from an entrepreneur, and even as a journey, let's say, in some data. So I'd like to present you, the floor is to Eloise, who's there, co-founder and CEO of Colma, a company in part of IT solution and managing governance of IT products. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, the audience. Thank you, Rico. In my company, we started 3 years ago during the Polytechnique HEC Entrepreneurs Program. And with my two co-founders, one is German, one is French, we decided to target the tsunami that was coming at us from the AI wave that ChatGPT started in October 2022. And I'm sure you understand what I mean when I say tsunami, as today, in a company of 100 people, like the statistic that you need to remember is that in 2016, for just 100 people company, you needed 12 softwares to really work and make your company stay afloat. Today, the number is 240. So it's a 18x increase in the number of softwares that are present in a company today, which is a tsunami to handle from the IT perspective and an infrastructure layer in these companies. These companies represent 60 to 70% of global GDP in Europe and more or less equivalent in the United States. And they're under-equipped to harness the wave today, which is why Colma exists. And so that being said, so I'm Eloise. I'm a woman founder. I'm also a robotics engineer by training. My first company was not Colma. I started when I was quite young, 19 years old, during a robotics program to work in physiotherapy. And as I was doing that, I realized that although I was a geek, I never really understood how to deploy a proper innovation to the world, how to market it, how to vulgarize it, and how to go out of a lab, let's say, and not talk only to engineers that speak in the same abbreviations as me. And this is really one of the main issues when you're a woman and an engineer, is that not only you have a bias because you're a woman that people don't believe you're an engineer sometimes, which happens quite often, but also you have to prove even more that you know technical terms and you know really what they mean. But at the same time, you can also be a bit shy. You've never been really trained on cold calling people, asking for something, or asking just to be let in the door, and enter a room to make connections, meet the right CEOs, the right investors, the right AI engineers to make your company go forward. But that being said again, it's everything that I learned during a second part of my life, which was more recent, around the Masters in Management of HEC and the Polytechnic program in entrepreneurship. This program was an amazing complementary aspect for me to really lean in, take a risk, and dedicate intentional time and money and resources, personal, to create a new business, meet the right co-founders, and solve a real life problem. And when you understand this as a woman, today I'm 27 years old. My company, I started it when I was 24. It's a bit weird to start recruiting people when you're 24 and they are all older than you. So it's always a challenge, and most of them are men in my field. I think I have 2 women clients out of over 150 companies that are on my product today. So it's a very interesting field to be in because there's a lot of different dynamics going on. It's a $200 billion business in Europe, even more so in the US. I'll let you imagine the size. And it's completely being disrupted right now with the AI tsunami that we're living. And yeah, so today, like to be very clear, we have a lot of work to do to make sure that not only me, but also my friends that are also women under 30 years old and want all to build companies that are hyper successful in Europe and worldwide. The one thing, if I can share one thing that really helped me out is people opening doors and people introducing me to other people that are relevant to my business for lunches, for intimate gatherings, not huge conferences with 60,000 people, really intimate gatherings with 5 to 10 different personas that are linked to your industry, but provide you with their wisdom and knowledge in their own prism, so that you as a creative individual, like we mentioned, a lot of creativity and different types of skill set today on the why and how to connect these people that are creative and think differently. The one thing that really matters is network, and I'm probably opening a door that everybody already knows, but the second one that we really need is helping the others, and especially women and people who are more shy and more discreet, learn how to use their phones and call people to ask for help and not rely on online reading, ChatGPT reading, AI reading, or different trainings, which is why incubators are also relevant. I personally went through 4 different incubators. So I did the Imperial College Enterprise Lab, which was interesting for the beginning, but not so much for, the Korma Adventure, which I really built at HEC Incubator and EDEC Incubator as well. And with that being said, it's where I really learned how to call people, how to connect, how to intentionally ask for help without having this taboo that we have in Europe of asking for help on business, which is something that in the US just does not exist. It's expected. And if you don't do it, you're more of a weak person than anything else. Whereas in Europe, I think if you ask for help, sometimes on a relation level, people feel used, which is a very negative impression when actually you're just building something huge with them and for them and by them. So yeah, this is just a part of my experience that I'm happy to share.
Well, thank you for sharing that story. As outlined by the data, it's important for networking, that networking plays such an important role in entrepreneurship, especially for women to be in the right rooms. But also there's something that you also pointed out too that I forgot, the role of allyship. When we talk about allyship, that's where men can play a role, not out in front, but as a supporting role. I mean, and so those are 2 things that I really got out of your talk in that networking, and there are those that can help you. They don't have to be in front. You still will be in the front because you are the entrepreneur, you are the leader, but we can be in the back and help you when you need help. So thank you for sharing that. Our next speaker is Asata Diakite, founder of Devon and community leader of E-Trade for Women at UNCTAD. And she's championing digital trade opportunities for women entrepreneurs worldwide. So it's yours.
Hello, hi everyone. I'm so happy to be here. And thank you so much for E-Trade for Women and OECD for this big opportunity to talk here. Really, I'm Aissata Jakite from Mali in West Africa. And I am a woman entrepreneur. I built the Zaban group 10 years ago. We have a lot of company inside my groups. We have a Zaban Industry, Zaban Institute, and the Zaban International. About Zaban Industry, we are one of enterprise in West Africa. We develop local products, and we make juice, jams, tea, a lot of good and innovative products with local fruits. At the beginning to now, we used to organize more than 50 small farmers around the Mali, south of Ivory Coast, a little bit in Senegal and Niger. And we used to do agroforestry. We organize a lot of hectares with local humans in Mali. And the curve of the agriculture value chain, we have one food processing company in industry based in Bamako. And after we have 4 pre-treatment units, we have a big teams, more than 55 people, and 80% are women, because in Africa, a lot of women work in agriculture value chain. And after to distribute our product, we use e-commerce to do that in the local markets. We use a lot of TikToks to propose our products all days and our website. And we have a company in Paris to develop African brand in the international markets. 2 years ago, we started to work with Carrefour groups to opening and to start African brand, African rayons inside there. And after Zaban company, 5 years ago, we started Zaban Institute. It is a first food tech and food packaging in Mali. We are working to help local humans and local young entrepreneurs to develop their brand, to develop their product, to facilitate access in finance and do good marketing about air brands. And actually with Zaban Institute, we are working with European Union and AGOA to support 45 women in Mali, in Senegal, Ivory Coast, and Niger from now to 2017. And I am a team leader for E-Trade in Francophone company. It is big mission, but we do more to help local humans in Africa and to promote e-commerce, to promote entrepreneurships, human entrepreneur in Francophone country. But it is a good opportunity for E-Trade for Women. 1 month ago, we went to China to learning. It was a big opportunity for us. We made we do session with Alibaba, DG, and a lot of companies who has a big example to do e-commerce in the world. But now we know when we talk about Sahel, people are Afran actually, but we have a very good opportunity because people work hard, like women work very hard. I know actually we have a big challenges, like political challenges there, but we are working hard to transform local products. We export all times from West Africa to Europe to USA. But why we do that? Because we have a good products. We have a good product. Now people think about health in Africa. We have a good product to answer this discussion now. Now we, with my team, with a lot of entrepreneurs from there, we working hard to help another woman entrepreneur to develop her business. We know we have to think a lot to innovate all time, because we have a new challenge all times, but we have a good product. This is what we do all times. And now to resume all things I do about Zaban, we are working in food sectors to transform local products, local superfruits, local agroforestry products. Who African people use to in local in traditional medicine, and we have expertise to help another young and entrepreneur women. This is our mission, and we use the digital to promote all our activities all times. Thank you.
I think, let's say you are in a good field of food tech. We know that in food tech is an important field for women entrepreneurs. So that's great. And you are working on the food value chain with the help even of e-commerce. Great, thank you. Yeah. Next speaker, Christelle Sanon. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me. Thank you, ICSB. I'm Christelle Sanon. I'm a tech founder. I founded this startup campus. We are building technological tools to enable any incubation stakeholder to digitize their mission, guidance, upskilling, and also connecting their entrepreneurs. I'm also a teacher, a member of the International Secretariat of the Startup 20, which is an engagement group for the G20, an ICSB member. And let me anchor all my remarks in three concrete journeys that I'm proud of. So my first example will be when you take our world where data-driven systems are claimed to be universal, there is a striking absence. The lived realities of African and African descent women remain largely unembedded in the very algorithm that shape our digital economy. We are talking about 1 billion individuals, women whose creativity, resilience, leadership are profoundly underrepresented in the data that drives our digital future. And to me, this is not just a gap in representation. This is a gap in intelligence, in how we design the digital tools that claim to serve everyone. If we take the deep learning models, platform architecture, or investment readiness tools, the intersection of female and African or African descent diasporic is rarely treated as a data dimension. Imagine instead a digital platform enriched with the data, the experiences, their identities, and networks of those entrepreneurs, those women entrepreneurs, not as beneficiaries or users, but as co-creators and signal providers. And such a system can move us from token inclusion to generative design. This is precisely what the Adwin platform Elizabeth Moreno was talking about this morning. It has been built by her team with two visionary women. And even if it was mentioned this morning, I wanted to stress about the AI aspect of this initiative. I was invited in last June in Côte d'Ivoire for the launch of Adwin alongside 2,000 women from all over the world to redefine what inclusive technology can be. And it's not merely Adwin is not merely a platform. It's a living ecosystem where artificial intelligence meets collective intelligence. Adwin gathers the voices, the stories, the aspiration of women across Africa and its global diaspora, using this shared knowledge to map opportunities, to connect mentors and investors, and surface unseen talent. So by learning from how African women innovate, how they build communities, manage uncertainty, create value from constraint. Hadwin teaches algorithm new models of success grounded in cooperation and cultural intelligence. So Hadwin does not just connect women, it codes their collective intelligence into the future of innovation, ensuring that the next generation of the algorithm is inspired by them, not blind to them. This was my first example. My second example will be more operational. When the French women media platform, Informel, reached out to my company, Campus, their vision was clear. They wanted to offer their readers more than stories. They wanted to offer them a community that serves their needs, their project, and their economies. So together we build a digital environment that turns inspiration into infrastructure. Through the Campus Incubation Management System we are developing in Campus, a full digital incubator, a platform designed to guide, upskill, connect women with expert partners, as I said. And this collaboration reveals something profound, is that digital tool can do more than support entrepreneurship. It can reshape an entire business model, because by transforming this media space into a dynamic ecosystem of opportunity, Informel reimagined the role of traditional press. Every brand present on the platform is no longer simply to advertise. It was there to serve the project of a woman entrepreneur, to provide mentorship, services, partnerships aligned with their goals. And in doing so, Informel turned publication into participatory economy, where knowledge, commerce, and community feed one another. What began as a media platform became a model for how digital ecosystems can generate both economic and social innovation, not by adding women into existing structures, but by building new ones around their realities, ambition, and collective power. And at least my last example, it will come from across the ocean in the Caribbean, where I'm from. With the Inter-American Development Bank, I'm contributing to a project called Carib Equity. Carib Equity is a blended finance facility to consolidate the Caribbean investment ecosystem for inclusive private sector innovation in 15 countries, Jamaica, Barbados, Haiti, Guyana, Suriname, for instance. And its purpose is to digitalize the culture of early stage investment across the region, building data tools, training programs, and investor networks that connect entrepreneurs, women, and the diaspora. So why does this matter? Because in most part of the world, investment ecosystems still reproduce the same patterns of exclusion found offline. Globally, women represent less than 25% of active investors, and even fewer are equipped with the knowledge, confidence, network needed to engage in early stage finance. So even if the program of Carib Equity is not explicitly built for women, it addresses women by design, because every initiative that strengthens investment culture, transparency, and education indirectly open doors to those who have been most absent from them. So my role in this process is of digitizing investor education, deal flow visibility, and access to capital. Carib Equity is to build a digital infrastructure where women entrepreneurs can move from small-scale survival ventures to scalable, investable businesses. It helps turn financial literacy into financial power and participation into ownership. So these together reveal that the future of women entrepreneurship is not only digital, but ecosystemic. And it has been said many times this morning, a continuum where technology, inclusion, and capital reinforce each other. So let's ensure that women are not only using technology, but owning, designing, and governing the systems that will define our economies. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Christelle. And thank you for sharing those three examples, because it helps us to move from just the theory to practice but also it highlights a gap that we have in terms of reskilling and upskilling, as you have pointed out. This morning, we heard that there was a need for more innovation. But we also know that because we're not getting this type of new innovation, we are lacking solutions and enterprises that are human-centered and are based upon equity, empathy, or pain, right? So there are a lot of things that we're not getting. And so that's why if half the population is not included, then that means we're missing out a lot. So these are some of the opportunities that we have. And we're looking forward to you and this room for leadership in terms of how we move forward. So thank you for sharing that. Next speaker is Cristina Rossi Lamastra. She's a full professor at Politecnico Milano, bringing academic rigor and research insights to our discussion. Cristina?
Thank you first and foremost, thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you to the organizer. I'm very happy to be here because as a scholar, I really aim to academic rigor, but also to practical relevance. So I'm very glad to be here to share with you some insights from my research and and illustrating some of my research line and the research line I'm bringing about with my colleagues and collaborators, also because I think and I hope that this research can bring you insights for your daily business and your daily work. Before saying this, I want to stress how important it is for an academician aiming to having practical relevance to being embedded in a context which is a context which is really oriented to research and also oriented to diversity and inclusion. Let me just tell a few words about my research group. My research group is called Entrepreneurship, Finance and Innovation. It's based at Politecnico di Milano. And what we do is to study all the topics and all the themes related to entrepreneurship, and entrepreneurial finance, and we focus mainly on high-tech entrepreneurship. And the group is huge. We are professors, but also PhD students, postdoc, and we really stand for young people approaching academia. Moreover, I'm coming from Politecnico di Milano, and Politecnico di Milano has started 3 or 4 years ago, really to embrace diversity and inclusion. A speaker before, I can't remember who, spoke about the importance of science, technology, and engineering, because it is very, very important that women are trained in these subjects in order to found and to grow firms, innovative startups, and startups in the deep tech, because these startups in high tech are those having the best business prospect. So this is very, very important. And at Politecnico di Milano, we put the diversity and inclusion within the strategic plan of Politecnico. We have a delegate for diversity and inclusion, which operate within another branch of Politecnico focusing on sustainability. We have a deputy rector on sustainability. And after saying this, I will illustrate quickly my research line, try to bridge this research line with what we have heard today from such good speakers. First, this morning, we spoke about entrepreneurial finance, and we have in my research group a research line on entrepreneurial finance. And I'm glad that this morning we discussed mainly about the demand side. because there is a lot of research about supply side, investors discriminating women, and so on and so forth. But it's also very, very important to empower women, because what we notice in our research is that women tend to be more risk adverse and tend to approach and to refer to female business angels, female venture capitalists. And this is fine, but there are few venture capitalists and few business angels who are women. And so this restrains the possibility of obtaining external finance. And external finance is of utmost importance for creating and growing a startup. And we study how we have done a literature review on this. The literature review has been published on Journal of Technology Transfer, and I would love to share this with you. And in this literature review, reviewing studies about this topic, we have noticed that a big constraint for women to receive finance, for instance, by venture capitalists, is that they mainly create businesses in traditional industry. For instance, I was touched by an anecdote, something who happened to me. For a certain period, I trained women in their maternal leave, and during the maternal leave, they attended this course on entrepreneurship. And after, they have to prepare a project work in which they explain their business idea. And I was really touched by the fact that most of them, or all of them, refer to dreaming of doing business in female domain. Like some of them wanted to create a platform in order to find babysitters or caregivers, or it's really, really offering service to other women. This is perfectly fine, but I was surprised that no one of them was dreaming about creating an high-tech startup. So this is really, really important when, for instance, we train entrepreneurs, female entrepreneurs, we speak a lot about education. Another research line we have, and at Politecnico, is about the uniqueness of the business model. When I guess that you know much better than me that when you are an entrepreneur and you have to design your value proposition and your business model, you want to create something that is unique, that is distinctive, that differentiates you from your competitors. And this is very, very important, because if you create something which is unique, you can find more customers. However, from our research, what emerges is that women are in a way shy. I mean, their business model, they tend to develop less unique business model and less unique value proposition. And we are using, for collecting this kind of data, artificial intelligence. And there are algorithms defining how much a business model is unique. And we have applied this technique on firms searching for money on crowdfunding platforms in Italy. And what we found is that, and tomorrow Claudio will tell you more, that women tend to propose to the investors less unique business model. However, when they dare to do this, when they try, they receive more money. And this is interesting because this morning we have said that women tend to receive less bank debt. But for instance, in our literature review, we found that it's not only in terms of bank debt, it's also in terms of venture capital financing, business angel financing, and in crowdfunding, it depends. Usually women perform well in crowdfunding, and this is connected on the importance of digital tools. But it's also true that in general, women perform well, but not when they propose a project in a male-dominated industry. But despite this, they can play the card of uniqueness to be less penalized in crowdfunding. and we are trying to extend this research. So my suggestion is that it's something which is related to personal branding we are discussing. Try to create something unique and to present yourself as unique. That it's very, very important. This is why I was so fascinated by the discussion I had yesterday with one of you who is doing, she's doing personal branding. And then we are doing, we have a couple of two research lines, and then I will come to the conclusion. The first research line is in a way connected on what you see about accelerators and incubators. When we think about accelerators and incubators, what we usually think about is creating programs for women, putting them in contact with investors. However, I think it is important also how we design the physical space. I mean, the physical space is very important because women tend to leave the physical space in a different way. For instance, there is a tendency now of building these accelerators and incubators as big open space, because there is this idea, and it's true, that women really love, that entrepreneurs have to exchange ideas. However, women are less comfortable in open space. They prefer a more intimate setting. And so when being in an incubator, in a traditional one, they have less chance to exploit this knowledge sharing, because this kind of space are not suitable for their need. And this has interesting implication, meaning that for a start, okay, you can think about this topic when you design the interiors of an incubators, or on the other side, you can also train women to do knowledge sharing in an open space. And we have a paper we are writing now in which we see that when women move around, they have a better chance of becoming project leaders. And this is, I think it's original enough, because how women live the physical space is something that is not yet being studied. It has gone unremarked in entrepreneurship. And then I come to the conclusion. Another research stream we have that I think has interesting implications for entrepreneurs and practitioners is about trust in technology and in science, with a focus on AI. It's interesting because we have this study in which we document that female scientists are trusted less than male scientists. And female technicians are trusted less than male technicians. And so when you say that innovators, there is a homophily between innovators and customers, this might be related, for instance, to this. And also here, in my opinion, there is a lot to do. And this is particularly true in artificial intelligence. We are currently studying the different perception of artificial intelligence by men and women. And we see it's not yet conclusive, it's not yet concluded, but there are differences. And usually the customers, the citizens, tend to trust less and artificial intelligence, and this is true based on the literature, we are collecting data on this. They tend to trust less the technology if they know that the technology has been developed by women or by a team in which there are also women, and both women and men. This is what has been found in the literature, but as there is no consistent evidence, there are studies claiming that customers and citizens trust less AI when it has been developed by women, but other studies saying the opposite, because women as entrepreneurs are trusted more. And this is in general, and this is why they are successful in crowdfunding. So this is a really very quick overview on our research line. I hope that this offered you insights, or at least you have some curiosities. And I think that, again, that this mix of academia and entrepreneurs and practitioners, policymakers, is really, really, really important for both advancing academic research, but also for closing gender gap in entrepreneurship. And I really agree with Lucia that this morning spoke about how bad it is for an economy to have this kind of gap, because it's not only a matter of fairness, it's also a matter of economic development. The more women we have in the workforce and in entrepreneurship, the stronger the economic development will be. And there is scientific evidence on this. But my 2 cents.
Thank you, Christina. We know we have a gender bias in venture funding. So a lot of even venture capital firms are doing fact-based decision without a classical presentation. And probably crowdfunding could be one solution. Let's say in the future for, let's say, venture funding for women entrepreneurs. Next speaker will be Sonia. Sonia from UNCTAD, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, ICSB and OECD for the opportunity today. So my name is Sonia, and I worked at UN Trade and Development, and we work on an initiative named Trade for Women, and the objective is it comes, and Aissata gave some concrete examples of the work we do, because she's one of the entrepreneurs that has benefited from our program. The initiative was launched from the observation that so my team focuses on digital, and UNCTAD focuses on helping developing countries get the tools they need to trade and to be able to partake into global value chains. But when we started working on the digital, we realized that in policy tables, discussions, when we had the private sector represented, we were always inviting men entrepreneurs. So we just started wondering, where are the women that are actually also changing dynamics in the digital sector? And that's how we launched Trade for Women. So we started first with advocacy. So we named some goodwill ambassadors, very advanced women entrepreneurs in developing countries who are changing the narrative, and we give them the opportunity through a mandate that we give them as United Nations, for them to share their experiences, I mean, just like we've heard today, with policymakers and try to make a change. But then as the initiative has been growing, we decided to support the future generations of these women that are changing the narrative. So we work with entrepreneurs who have the potential, like Aissata, for instance, to be at those tables, but who are still in that missing middle. So they have started their business, but then they're like, okay, I need to grow, I need to scale. What can I do to make that happen? And to do that, we focus on different pillars. So we work on capacity building, community building, which is really important, and which I will talk a bit more about afterwards, and also partnership exchanges with potential partners. And in order to see how we could, I mean, in order now to have more evidence-based elements that we could rely on in our work, we just launched a report that is based on the experiences of the women entrepreneurs we work with. So we have more than 450 women entrepreneurs, women-led digital businesses in 60 different countries in Africa, Latin America, the Arab countries, Asia, and the Pacific. And so based on the survey we did and the interview we did, we've realized that the challenges they face, and we've heard that in the room today, are very similar across the world, but then the order of the challenges they have and they perceive is different. But I mean, I'm going to name them quickly, but we've said it already, like the gender bias, work-life balance, limited access to network, to mentorship, to role models, access to finance. 50% of them have mentioned to us that they relied to start their businesses on bootstrapping of self-funding. They didn't go even to friend and family. They didn't even dare for some of them to go to friend and family to get some funds. And also something that we've not really talked about today, and Aissata mentioned that because her business is clearly impacted by it, is the difficulties to scale internationally. Because we've talked in the digital a lot about AI and a lot about service-based businesses, but when you are dealing, you still have a lot of digital, especially in the global south, that are more traditional digital businesses, so who do e-commerce or agri-tech, and then how do they move the goods, and how do they even get access to customers abroad? And that's a challenge that really needs to be discussed, because it's not only the digital has enabled a lot of entrepreneurs to get access to new markets at a lower cost, but then some struggle when it comes to exporting the goods when they get the customers, and also getting access to the right network of experts at the right cost, because sometimes experts are very expensive in order for them to get a better understanding of the markets they're targeting, which market they should go to, and how to go about it. And just from, I'm not going to take too much time, but I want to highlight some key findings and recommendation we've drafted as well from the survey and the discussions we've had in our report. We've had in our report a snapshot on the African continent, but like I mentioned, we've seen that the realities could be applied in the other parts of the world. The report shows that a one-size-fits-all approach does not really work. Even if, and I think that's relevant to the OECD countries as well, the context plays a lot when it comes to the support of the women that we work with. So being able to localize and work with communities, and that's what we do. We're divided in regions, and we tailor our approach based on the needs we have identified in the regions, with community leaders that we rely on, who are entrepreneurs that are more advanced and can help us for us to tailor the program to those needs. Another thing that has been mentioned many times is the ecosystem approach. It's not enough to provide funding or loans or training. It's about changing the whole ecosystem for women to be able to get access to the right tools. And those networks can really be policy levers. Like we've had in our study, 78% of women entrepreneurs who told us that networks were the most valuable assets they had. And yet we see, and we encounter it even in our work, policymakers or policies struggle to understand the importance or the value of networks. For them, since it's not something really tangible, it's hard to understand that investing in those networks can really be valuable for these women entrepreneurs. Something else also would be to have, and that comes also from our experience in our work, is that mindset shift that needs to happen. Supporting women is not a spending or is not aid, it's investment. Because women are actually have very good return on investments. And some have mentioned that. And also beyond the return on investment, they are supporting communities, they are catalysts for impact. One of our survey respondents say that we are not doing this for ourselves, we are doing it for Africa and for future generations. A lot of women entrepreneurs, when they start a business, beyond having the monetary, thinking about making profits, they think about how can I impact my community? How can I impact future generations? How can I provide a fair salary and work conditions to my workers? And that contributes to sustainable development and economic growth. And we really need to keep that in mind as policymakers. The improvement of access to capital is key, but I really like some things that have been mentioned to maybe also switch the narrative. And we're going to do that as well in the future of our initiative, to say, yes, investors are biased, we know, but then sometimes women as well don't have the right tools to go and ask for the money they need, or don't know the code. They don't know how to go about it. They don't know how to approach an investor, even how to build the right business plan in order to convince potential investors. So us now, we are looking at pilot testing in South Asia, what we call an investment readiness program, in order to take the entrepreneurs that we have where they are, have a look at the businesses and see the ones who are investment ready and take them little by little through the different steps they need to be able to have everything they need when they are in front of investors to go and ask for the money. Because by also supporting these women in that aspect, they will change the image they have of themselves, and they will dare to go and enter the rooms and get the deals that they need. The facilitation of access to role models, that has been said a lot, so I'm not gonna repeat that. And last, international cooperation is very, very important. First, we work with developing countries, and we've seen that having a change in South-South, I mean, I said I just came from China, and having also North-South interactions and cooperation enable entrepreneurs to get exposed to maybe different ways of doing things. And sometimes that's all they need to be able to move a step further. So by giving them this opportunity to be exposed and to understand how things work in different regions, that's another opportunity to support them and to foster collaboration. I'm just going to close with a thought, something that one of the entrepreneurs has told us, and that's something we still be thinking internally. So if you have any input on that, I will welcome it with pleasure. She questioned the word empowerment, because our tag initially was we empower women. And she was like, but I don't need to be empowered. I'm actually already empowered. What I need is just to have the same rights as any other man that is building a business. And that actually makes sense. It's do we actually need to empower women, or do we just need to give them what they are entitled to already? I mean, just some food for thoughts, and that we are still processing. So how our policies are actually maybe also shifting in order to say, okay, we don't need to empower them, but how can we just give them what they need and to be able to get where they are supposed to be? So that's where I'm going to end. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Sonia. It was a fascinating discussion. Just really thank you for, for just outlaying your experience. One of the great things about this panel is that we brought together both the practitioner and those who are also on the forefront of advocacy. This public-private partnership works well together to solve these challenges that we face. We know what the problems are, but many times we don't know the solutions. And so, but this panel here, we were able to discuss what some of these solutions are. So I just want to thank OECD and ICSB for just putting together this all-star panel. We've run out of time, and I just want to thank my moderator, Enrico, for also making us look at the issue in terms of how do we make sure that those who are at the table are also having their voice heard, but also ways for us to network. And so we won't have time to, like I said, to have questions, but I would hope that you would reach out to each of the speakers to continue this dialogue, because it's you who will share this knowledge with others, share the solution. When I was in government, when someone would come to me with a problem, I would say that for every problem you raise, please give me 2 or 3 solutions, because that would help me be able to implement. And today you've heard a number of ways that we could move forward. But this has been a fascinating panel. I just want to thank the leaders of OECD once again for making this forum available. Thank Dr. Ayman El-Tarabishi for bringing us together. And let's give a big round of applause to Giovanni, to to Heloise, Asata, Cristal, Christina, and Sonia. Let's give a big round of applause.
Okay, now slightly different what we're going to do now. We're going to take 10 minutes. You've got to get into little groups. For example, U5 could be a group there and U3 could be a group. You've got to get into groups of between, say, 3 and 7, something like that. You've got 10 minutes. You've got to come up with what you think is the most important area for OECD or ICSB to work on in the next couple of years on women entrepreneurship. What do you think is the priority topic? So get into your little groups, just who you're comfortable with being with, and we'll pick on a few of your groups to do a report back. And you get a 1-minute report back. So if you're online, just wait 10 minutes and you'll get the feedback. So go ahead and get ready to give us some good ideas for what we can do in the future work we do. 10 minutes. I'll give you a warning at 2 minutes before. You've got 2 minutes left for your great ideas and appoint a rapporteur. Okay, the time's up. The time's up. Excuse me, you guys, you there on the left, you got to get back into your seats there. We're going to send someone round to break this up.
It's okay, it's a successful thing. It's between them and the champagne.
It's nearly between you and the cocktail. That didn't work. Have you got your rapporteur in place? We've got a lot of people who are online who can't hear what you're saying.
Successful. He's complaining. Jonathan didn't know it was serious.
There's a good group. There's one good group. It's Norris. Norris, who's your rapporteur up there?
They're ready for
Hey.
the bell? Where's the bell? Where's the bell?
Yes, so much into the conversation.
There's been a breakdown in discipline.
We have the.
Yeah, get ready, get ready.
Again, Elaine.
We have an issue with that. Here, let me put this on.
We have an issue. We have an issue. We want to hear what you came up with. We're so curious.
Start with that table.
I might go from the left though, yeah?
Yeah. All right. Between us and the cocktail is your presentations. So it's really important that we get your comments in and then we go from there. So Jonathan?
It's really important that we get the comments from this group on the left. Did you get a rapporteur somewhere?
So I was designated as the spokesperson for the group. So we talked about a lot of things, but where we ended up is really talking about focusing on a more holistic asset building approach when we think about women, and holistic meaning their skills and capacity, and really looking at where women are excelling, but also looking at areas where they need to excel further. And so it really is not coming in from a deficit perspective. And then it's also looking at systems. When we look at the individual skills and capacity, that's something that women have to work on in collaboration with their networks, but also with professional development. But if the systems that exist to support entrepreneurs aren't designed or not paying attention to the needs and challenges that women are having, those systems need to also be elevated. I think it's Winslow talks about raising the floor, and we need to raise the floor for women across the board. And so really coming at from a systemic, but also a personal development perspective.
Thank you, Yvette. This is exceptional. And on behalf of ICSB, can you please send us a one-page summary of what you said? Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's a good idea. That would help us. Who's on the top left of the table there? The one around about the Professor Heinen there. Who's the spokesperson for your group up there on the left? Is it UNCTAD? Somebody tell us what you came up with.
Okay, I'll do it. So we had very interesting discussions as well. What has come up is that we could look at, I mean, having gender disaggregated data, but that already exists, but how to make it more attractive and to be able to spread it out, you know, to a wider audience for people to be more aware and see how they could use it, and also showcase some role models, successful women entrepreneurs that who have made it who have had some certain level of success in OECD, in order to inspire the other generations and maybe learn, use them as case studies to be able to learn how we could create more inclusive ecosystem in the future.
Thank you. This is exceptional. ICSB kindly asks UNCTAD for a half a page summary on this. Thank you.
It's just got easier. Just do an email. It's just an email. So how about on the back? So we were together. You claim you were together. So anybody on the left there hasn't.
Kelly.
Okay, so we're on to.
So it's from Rita over to Felicia. So we have the World Bank, we have ICSB here, we have WPO here, and I'm Margaret Johnson. I am not with the name tag, so I'm the one who's speaking for us. So we tried to get to just one point, and what we thought about was really plateaus, where entrepreneurs and where women entrepreneurs get stuck. Is it 100,000 in sales? Is it 1 million in sales? Is it 5 million in sales? Is it 10, 50 million, 100 million? And at each of those places, what moves you beyond the plateau? And one of the things that we have found in Women's Presidents Organization is really peer advisors. And at your level, peer advisors, and at the level above you. So wherever that next plateau is, or that next size of your business needs to be. And then talking about not just bank financing that comes in, which is, you know, more collateral assets, but for women-owned businesses, a lot of times it's a service industry type business. And so looking for equity investments to also move beyond the plateaus. And we use Tesla as an example because if he couldn't keep writing equity, I don't know that Tesla would be at the level that they're at. So he continues to issue shares. Their annual report says they have no plans to issue any dividends and that they will continue to issue shares. So I would like to see some more of that attitude for women entrepreneurs and the organizations and the programs that support them.
Margaret, this is fantastic. You left quite an impression this morning. So ICSB kindly asks you for a one-page summary. Thank you very much.
Yeah, but we're going to use it as well. OECD. So,
Yep, we share.
so we're going to be, we got two great organizations who want to walk forward with your ideas. And so now we got the Sweden stroke Norris group.
Norris has actually managed to charm all of us 4 Swedes here. So we start up with question, how do we make sure we measure the right things? That's what we discussed. We actually discussed a number of different topics, but that's the first one. And the whole problem is that if we continuously direct targeted efforts toward women's entrepreneurship, we must ask ourselves a question: what systemic changes do we expect to achieve? So that's the main reason why we discuss this. Then we also discuss the incentives for allyship. How do we create incentives for allyship? Get people to open the doors. And you had a couple of more of those, Eva. When it gets to the needs, listen to the needs.
Yeah, listen to the needs of the entrepreneurs and base actions on that. Really go back, not continue to like too high level policies things. We need to connect to the people who actually are impacted by our actions and be sure that we follow their needs and base actions on that. Be more operational, less strategies, more action. Maybe shadow boards, some sort of a way to be inclusive for younger generation, different aspects, have people that work with this for 40 years to be followed and by some with some new input, get a little bit of different perspectives on things.
And we'll have a 120-page full cover report due next week.
Yeah, till tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Just send us an email with your main ideas, as much as you can get down without too much trouble. And so it's the little group, the top right.
Okay, I'll try to summarize the several ideas we went through. Of course, we started from the concept of vocation that we've been discussing overall. So try to create more role models that might be replicative because they are the driver at the end of the story, especially as we've been discussing overall. And then the key aspect that probably we wanted to address was, again, we had several discussions across, let's say, the guests today. And we thought about the uniqueness of business model, or in general, the business model, how there are the different drivers, not only in terms of the business model that drives success, but also probably differences across developed and developing countries, associated with the concept of network. So trying to see also the network cooperation that might be enabled by who is enabling the startup itself. Finally, we were speaking about AI, and everyone is speaking about AI, but the question that we raised was, shall we only think about a startup as always having AI, or shall we also address overall all the types of startup that we might have in the future, in which of course AI will play a big role, but also what is going to be the overall setting of different types of startup. Thank you.
Colleagues from Polytechnical, wonderful contribution here. And would like a one-page email as well for this. You can do it in Italian or English. It's up to you. Okay.
Yeah, we'll put it into AI to get the English out. So there's the group here now, the top right. You want to go somewhere else?
Is there the group in the back or?
No, we got it. So we got a spokesperson now. Go ahead.
Hi, yes, it was all of us on the left, with 5. Concretely, so we had a lot of different ideas, and 2 of them really stood out. So first one was really about joining what you said, peer-to-peer mentorship for scaling businesses, making sure that you share not just knowledge, but your pipeline, your business, your clients, the names, the numbers, the emails, the introduction. Because at the end of the day, when you want to scale across borders, what we mentioned previously in the panel of speakers, it's a matter of speaking to a broker of knowledge of a business that is present in the other country. So finding them is the first thing, and then making sure that they're incentivized to do it is also a second thing that already exists in many businesses. We have literally products that exist to do this already. Businesses have not stopped, waited for a policy to do it. But it's also, and it brings us to the second point, after peer-to-peer mentorship for different levels of scaling businesses. It's auditing was already going on because there's a lot of energy on the field, especially coming like from the US perspective. There is a tremendous amount of people, energy, men, women, whole families sometimes being involved in helping people building and scaling their businesses, because you never do it alone. And as you see the energy on the field, it's maybe more the biggest key action is to audit all these initiatives and see how you can help them, rather than creating new ones and adding, more energy to be done and finding the right champion, which will and ultimately create, it will slow down the machine of execution. At the end of the day, for small businesses, I want to scale like yesterday. So.
This is exceptionally well done, Annie. Yeah, we would like a report. I know, but the report, the one pager. Yeah. French is fine. We accepted Italian. We'll accept French.
Is this going to be Québécois? No, I hope you've got our email addresses. Otherwise,
we have access to them.
So, how many groups are at the back on the right there? Is that one group?
The group in the.
Who's left to go?
Is there any group missing?
We want a rapporteur for you guys.
Nothing in the back.
You have to come forward to the mic.
You have yes, you did participate.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, you've been selected by your peers. And introduce yourself too. The red one.
Good one. Okay. Hi. Well, I'm Loris. I'm from University ICT. I'm a researcher. I'm working on women entrepreneurship and mainly on developing countries. So we discussed together, we are coming from different horizons, I can say. We have some policymakers maybe, or incubators or kind of that, and we have researchers here. So our idea was mainly on education, because we have noticed that in France or in Germany or in other countries, maybe what is lacking is education on entrepreneurship on different levels, not only in the college or university level, but also in schools or in high schools or whatever. I think this is what the main idea, and mostly on digital, maybe AI or digitalization. So if we can have some curricula in every, for example, level at school or at the university. So it could be maybe a way to encourage, not only women, of course, we are focusing on women, but maybe to develop this spirit of entrepreneurship and mainly AI and how they can use AI or digitalization in order to make entrepreneurship easier. And I liked what I think it was Zoe earlier. She said that nowadays women, they can make or create a venture in every, I think, sector or whatever. Thanks to the AI, they don't have to be formed or to have to be trained to AI in order to create a company. So AI is a tool nowadays to be entrepreneurs, even as a woman. So I think that could be a good idea. So that was the main idea. And I think you will ask me to make a report. So I think that's why they wanted me to come and talk here.
This is all very good. You've been great. And is that everybody? There's nobody who's bursting to come in. No, I think we just proceed to the closing remarks of day one. which I will start, I think, and then it's you, Ayman. I think to go back to the beginning of the day, do you remember that? We launched our Bridging the Finance Gap for Women Entrepreneurs report. So have a look at that. We highlighted a few development areas for governments and for other ecosystem stakeholders. Develop a range of financial instruments. It's not just microcredit. It's not just equity either. Monitor the finance gaps and the barriers, the causes of the gaps. Better target your financial support to different types of women entrepreneur, and create links with advice and mentoring we've been talking about. Look at the structural issues and collaborate with the private sector. That was the first thing this morning we looked at. And then we went into digital entrepreneurship, and we looked at why it was important, the benefits of digitalization, including lower startup costs, including the ability to get to bigger markets, the lower participation of women in innovation than men entrepreneurs, and there is data on that, and the barriers for women, the digital skill gaps, the networks being more limited. So we covered that. And the consequences were quite interesting because it was going as far as the consumers of the innovations are, you know, women as well as men. But if it's the men who are innovating, it's leaving gaps in the actual products and services that come into the economy. So that's pretty serious. What can policy do? Promote entrepreneurship in science to girls. Showcase the successful digital women entrepreneurs as role models, facilitate the mentoring and the networking, broaden the definition of innovation. That's a very important one. And entrepreneurship support organizations, if they're thinking about innovation as tech innovation, they're missing a lot of innovation that women are disproportionately doing. Ensure, I'm not sure how to do this. This could have been one of the topics that you wanted us to look into in the future. Ensure AI isn't discriminating by gender. And then we had your ideas for the next topics that ICSB and OECD can be looking at. We did the finance report. What's the next one? You know, is it going to be AI and women entrepreneurs? Not sure. We'll review your notes. And next steps, well, OECD will keep working on this. I can say that from our side. I'm sure ICSB will do. We hope to have some more events and some more reports. And you can, in the meantime, consult the Bridging the Finance Gap report. Don't forget that we've got the Missing Entrepreneurs report series that David Halabisky's been working on over the years. That's got a women pillar inside of it, but there are other missings. There's the youth and the seniors. Also, we never mentioned, but we've got an OECD European Union Better Entrepreneurship Policy Tool. So you just type www.betterentrepreneurship.eu and you get our Better Entrepreneurship Policy Tool with a self-assessment guide for policymakers, case studies of, and one of the pillars there is women as well. So we look forward to day 2. That's tomorrow. That's where in the morning the academics have responded to a call for papers, and some of you are here in the room now. We'll be in 2 rooms tomorrow, smaller rooms than this one. And they are in another part of the OECD in what is called the Marshall Building, but you come through the same entrance. There's just a tunnel that you go through and you end up in the next building over. It's only 100 meters away. So the room A is going to be on structures and systems, and room B is on cultural context, work life and digitalization. So you should have your room numbers. If you're online, then you've got the Zoom links to go to one or the other. If you're in person, come here for 8:45. if you can, because that will give you enough time to navigate through the security and the system and get down to the right room. You need to use the same badge as you used today to get in. So keep it with you. Keep it in your pocket. Don't get carried away at the cocktail. You'll be close to the Red Chairs Cafe, so you can pick up a coffee to go through to the room with you, because we haven't ordered coffee there. So grab a coffee. That's about it. There's a site visit to Station F and the French Senate for those in person who booked it specifically. And I think maybe Ayman will say, but I think you make your own way to those places. But you can ask tomorrow morning. Yeah, that's well, thanks for everything. Thanks for all the insights.
And thank you, Jonathan, for an exceptional summary here. And I'm not going to summarize the day here because you did an excellent job on it here. I just want to say, as I started this morning, thanking individuals. I want to end by thanking all the individuals that participated today in the different sessions and the presentations and the conversations and the questions. They're very valuable to us, to ICSB. So we'll take that as we work our way through the outputs of this meeting here. On a personal note, this meeting here that we done here involved multiple organizations and involved multiple partners here. So we were innovating. And from an organizer standpoint, we were nervous. We were nervous on the attendance. We were nervous on the quality of the sessions. We were nervous on the people showing up. And as you start something new, there's always a level of risk-taking that you take. And I'm personally pleased with the output today, with the sessions that came here and the discussions we had. So I want to personally all thank you for all your support and help in doing this. This has been really exceptional, quality-wise, and just making connections. The announcement is, if you are planning to join us in Station F and you haven't signed up, Sky will be at the reception. Please reach out to Sky and saying, how do I sign up? Or with Rico, and he can add you to the list. Or the list is there. Sky, what do you want to say? Oh, the QR code is on the screen, and it's right here. So don't ask Sky, use the QR code for that. He is the mobile QR code. On that, and then finally, I want to personally thank Jonathan and Lucia and Angelina for all the work, and David for all the work, and Heather in the back, and Sky as well for it. But we have a reception, so please let's enjoy the reception. Please come up to me or Camille as well, or Rico or Winslow, and just say, I have an idea, and we will gladly serve you and try to work with you. So with that, I want to let's give OECD, our host session here, a big round of applause. And I will hand it over to Jonathan for the reception.
Okay, the reception is in something called the Salon des Nations. And that is one floor above the restaurant where some of you ate. So you can go either up the escalator and back and up some stairs, or you can take a lift cleverly all the way up to the second floor, I think it is. But if you just follow some of us, I'm sure we'll all get there. Thanks very much.